Welcome into day 3 of the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships here in the Coca-Cola Arena. I am Derek Forrest alongside Brian Friend, and we have activity on the floor. Event 5 just kicking off for the women, fast like an oryx. They're doing 4 rounds, 2 minutes and 30 seconds on, 1 minute off, 10 shuttle runs, 10 burpee box overs or box clears, and then 8 dumbbell thrusters at 70 pounds, 50 pounds, or 32 kilos, 23 kilos. And then those weights will change later on in the round. Let's hop out on the floor and see everything that we've got going on as the women have already taken off. But your thoughts on this workout?
Yeah, I know this is one of the workouts that the HWPO crew was really excited about, and they did a lot of testing on it. So each round they have this buy-in, 10 shuttles down and back. There's about 30-foot distance that they have to cover each down and back, and then 10 box clears. It's expected that they'll have around 35 to 45 seconds remaining to get as many thrusters as they can in each interval. Rest 1 minute and repeat. Trick is if you can get to 40, because at that point the dumbbells change weights.
The women now getting to their box overs. The women in this heat in lane 1, Maria Longsford. Lane 2, Valentina Rangel. Lane 3, Aoife Burke. Lane 4, Amy Kringle. Lane 5, Andrea Solberg. Lane 6, Claudia Gluck. Lane 7, Taylor Howe. Lane 8, Ella Bunger. Lane 9, Sayer Kaya. And lane 10, Valentina Magalotti. Those women, again, working on their box clears as we speak.
Yeah, and I think what we'll see in this workout is that a majority of the women are going to get to the dumbbells around the same time, and then the difference is going to be made on A, the cycle rate of the thrusters, and B, how well you're able to manage your heart rate before picking those up. You'll see with some athletes that are able to push the pace a little bit on the run or the box clears, and athletes that try to keep up with them and maybe don't have the heart capacity to struggle with the dumbbells.
The women are now on the dumbbells as we speak. The first person to advance was in lane 1. That was Maria Longsford. As there's 10 seconds left on the clock, we now have 5 seconds. Time is up. We have hit our 2:30, so they will have 1 minute here to rest as they will have a reset, a 1 minute reset here on the workout.
One of the keys to this workout is going to be the athlete's ability to manage the heart rate, hopefully get it back down, and then repeat that effort. Again, as these rounds wear on, the athletes with a little bit maybe better aerobic capacity can push the 2 aerobic movements in the beginning. And if the athletes who are excited about the dumbbells try to keep up, the question is going to be how much their heart rate spikes.
Talk about the heart rate, though. A minute is a good amount of time, though, for these athletes to recover.
Yeah, at this point in the evolution of the sport, interval training is something that athletes will have frequently in their training, whether it's on a machine, a rower, a bike, or ski, or whatever, running intervals on a track, swimming intervals in a pool. But they'll also be doing Metcons with 1-to-1 rest, 2-to-1 rest, or 1-to-2 rest on variations. So this isn't a format that should be unfamiliar to any of them, but it doesn't mean that in competition it still can't catch you off guard.
Round 2 now beginning for the women as they will continue their 10 shuttle runs, and that's down and back consists of 1. So I guess if you're going from left to right and then right to left on your screen, that counts as 1, so they'll go back and forth 20 times.
Yeah, and it's, you know, like I said, one traverse is 30 feet, so it's like 60 feet to get one, 10 times 600 feet. It's not a short distance to run, and you can certainly like get a little bit dizzy, lose track of the laps. Thankfully, we have the judges there keeping count for them. But it's certainly something you have to manage, and you see, and like athletes in lane 4 here is pushing the pace, and then everyone else is just trying to stay close enough so that they're not falling too far behind before they have to pick up the dumbbells.
The leader of this heat going to the box.
Starting to see those 32 shuttle runs.
Waiting for our first athlete to get back to the box so we can tell you who's in front in this round.
Over this box.
Yeah, and it looks like Seher Kaya over there in lane 9, keeping pace with Amy Kringle, and they're going to be the first two down on the floor.
Rangel and also on this side, Langhorst are beginning with their burpee.
Amy Kringle in lane 4, Aoife Burke in lane 3. Got back to the box first, basically at the same time as they're working on their burpee box overs.
Starting to see 5 hands going up in the air. They got less than 5 burpee box clears to go. The athletes will move back to those thrusters. See if any of these ladies are going to move on.
Up to this point in the competition, we've had 4 events. We got 4 events tonight. So through the halfway point, these are the 10 athletes in the first heat, and you know that they're going to be eager to try to push into the top 10 by the time we hit the finale later on.
Seher Kaya in lane 9 and Aoife Burke in lane 3, the first 2 to get back to the dumbbells. Kaya in lane 9, right now your leader in this round.
And Seher Kaya, coming off games appearance as a rookie this past year, she qualified out of Asia. Here she's competing against the majority of the European field. It wasn't the best start to the competition for her, but with the slate of workouts we have today, she's an athlete I think can make a climb up the leaderboard.
And that is time on round 2. Again, a 1-minute reset, and they will go back to repeat the workout. Again, it is 10 shuttle runs, 10 burpee box clears, and 8 dumbbell thrusters. Round 3, though, the dumbbell thrusters are going to get a little bit heavier. Lighter, excuse me, they're going to get a little bit lighter.
Well, they won't get lighter until you get to 40 reps. Most of these athletes are going to be getting close to 40 at the end of 3 rounds. Some of them may even achieve that benchmark there. It seems like it's, somewhere between 12 and 15 reps per round is more or less expected. And if you can get to that lighter set of dumbbells early, you definitely have a huge advantage because drop in weight is significant and noticeable when you get to pick up the second pair.
Again, the women in their 1-minute reset, and they will continue on with round 3 and begin with their 10 shuttle runs once again.
Go!
This is the round where the workout really starts to pick up steam a little bit. You're halfway done, you know you got 2 to go, and everyone always has a little juice in the tank for the last round. So round 3 is really the critical round where you have to put the pedal to the metal. And if you know you're feeling pretty good and can capitalize on the run, you can possibly bait some of the other women to chase you down. You see Amy Kringle out there in lane 4 once again, setting an early fast pace. Some of the women caught up to her a bit towards the end of those shuttles in round 2. We'll see if that happens again. Kringle's there in the blue pants, and a little bit closer to her is Aoife Burke. 2 lanes away from her, further down there is Claudia Gluck. They seem to be the 3 early leaders on this 3rd round of shuttle runs.
Seher Kaya out of lane 9 has been your early leader, moving off of the shuttle runs and onto the dumbbells.
Seher Kaya, of course, was the leader in the first 2 rounds. We'll see how it pans out here in round 3.
1 minute in with 90 seconds remaining for the 3rd interval now, ladies and gentlemen.
A little bit of a nuance in this workout as well. That it's not a burpee box jump over, which we're used to. This is a burpee box clear over. For those of you at home who have a wooden road box, you know that even though the women's box is lower to the ground, it's actually wider. I tested this with both the 20-inch and the 24-inch box, and despite the lower height, it feels like a very similar effort to get over that. So this particular element of the workout is usually easier for the women because of the lower height, but in this variation, it's not very much easier than what the men will have to do despite the height variance.
Eva Burke in lane 3 and Amy Kringle in lane 4 were the first ones to get back to the box again, but you mentioned the box. You don't necessarily see box clears in competition a ton, but it's definitely something these athletes train.
Yeah, we had a brief opportunity to see it this year at the games as part of the up and over workout. They had a different obstacle to clear in each 3 rounds, ending with a clear over on the North Park over there. But it wasn't a box, and it wasn't as long wide as this box is.
Eva Burke and Amy Kringle were your leaders getting back to the box, but again, it was Saya Kaya who takes the lead with the box clears. So Kaya again in the lead, and Eva Burke and Amy Kringle in lanes 3 and 4 right behind.
And they're making their last advancement there, so they should have 8 more thrusters of this weight before they get to that last weight. And here we see lane 6, Claudia Gluck actually finished all 40 reps with the 50-pound dumbbells. She didn't have a chance to pick up the 35s and start, but she'll be starting there on the next round, where some of the others will have a few reps to finish before doing that. That's going to be a major advantage for her because she's going to be able to cycle those faster. I'll expect her to get close to 15 to 18 reps with those weights in the last interval.
Of course, these women, once they get to the 40 thruster mark, their weight changes. It is 35 pounds for the women, or 16 kilos for the women as well. Again, another 1 minute reset as we now will enter round 4.
Yeah, and at this point in the workout, everything is starting to catch up to you. We see Ella Wunger there, breathing heavy, sitting on her box, trying to get that heart rate down. You have to dig deep here. You can't lose too much ground on these shuttles and burpee box clears, but you got to find a way to get to that lighter set of dumbbells.
Their 1 minute rest period is over, and now the women will begin their 10 shuttle runs before they come back to their 10 burpee box clears, and then they'll finish with dumbbell thrusters.
And if you're wondering where the music is, again, we're adhering to a little bit of a prayer time recognition here. Yesterday, the men had to deal with that with a heavy barbell. Today, the women have to deal with it with heavy breathing on either side of them and manage that situation. We talked about you should train and be prepared for everything. The music will come back on, but it's a little bit of an element that's unusual for competition and just a wrinkle for the first heat of women here in event 5. The same women who've been leading on the shuttle run throughout, Kringle, Eva Burke, also Claudia Gluck, Andrea Solberg, they're the leading 4-pack. But Seher Kai out in lane 9, second farthest away from me on the screen, has slowly been catching up on these shuttles as we get towards 10, and has pretty consistently been able to pull ahead by a little bit on the box clears.
I feel like Eva Burke in lane 3, Amy Kringle in lane 4, basically just been pacing off of each other during the shuttle runs, but it allows for Kaya to catch up on these burpee box over. She's a little bit faster in lane 9.
Yeah, and we've seen in competition with running over the years that people can implement a bit of a draft or running in a pack kind of mentality. It's not necessarily happening here, but having a woman right next to you that's running at a similar pace can be somewhat advantageous. Instead of being 2 steps ahead and pulling everyone else with you, you have someone side by side to kind of keep pace with.
Ladies wrapping up on their final 10 burpee box overs. Again, they'll get back to the dumbbell thrusters when they are done. And again, in lane 9, it is Seher Kaya, but also next to her is Valentina Magalotti. But Kaya is further ahead in the dumbbell thrusters.
And Claudia Gluck, the 7th woman to get to the dumbbells, but she'd already had 40 in the bag. So even though she was last getting there, she's leading the heat right now, and she's got 4 and now 5 thrusters with the lighter weights in the bag before anyone else is even picking them up. So she's got a 7 or 8 rep lead on Eva Burke, who is the 2nd woman to the lighter pair of dumbbells. All the other women are still chasing down that 40.
3, 2, 1,
so they're advancing every 5, I believe, in that round. Claudia Gluck did, in fact, get 15 or 16 reps there, I believe, and she'll have the opening score to beat as the second set of women take the floor in a few minutes. This here shot of Valentina Rangel is something we've been accustomed to seeing from the men throughout this competition, of just being pretty beat up at the end of some of these tests. And here we see the first suite of women. Pretty much all of them are sprawled across the floor. And you have to do that in an interval style workout. There's nowhere to hide. The rest is built in for you. And especially in the last round, you have no choice but to send it.
So Claudia Gluck ends up being your winner in the heat. You see her there on your screen right now. Obviously, one more heat to go for the women as the top 10 seeds at this point of the day will compete in the next heat.
Yeah, and Claudia Gluck's a young woman from France. We saw her at the Lowlands Throwdown. She did have some success on some workouts, including an interval style workout like this. She didn't have a great day yesterday, but we saw with some of the bigger athletes fared well with the bike, with the heavy barbell. Today we know that we have this dumbbell thruster being the critical movement, some chest to bars later on, some ring muscle ups later on. I think she'll be able to show some of her skills today, and she's a candidate to potentially push into the top 10 as we move towards the end of this competition.
All right, what we're going to do is we're going to step away here for a minute. We've got the next heat coming up in about 5 minutes. Again, these women are taking on Fast Like an Oryx in Event 5. Heat 2 will be coming up next.
Our top 10 athletes here in this heat, ready to throw down, ready to get some more points on that board, see who can extend that lead. Corinne Frey, your leader, moving into day 3.
2 events win in a row yesterday. Ella has done an amazing job yesterday, and she wants to continue that job and finish it and take it back to Olympics.
She wants to do it, she's going to have to get to those 35s in the third round and then continue to move at least 15 with those 35 dumbbell thrusters at the end.
Welcome back into the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships here in the Coca-Cola Arena. We are in Event 5, the first event of Day 3, Fast Like an Oryx. We just saw Heat 1 of the women go just a few minutes ago. We have Heat number 2. And your lane assignments, you've got Lena Richter in lane 1, Dana Perrin in lane 2, Emily Roth in lane 3, Hannah Carlson lane 4, Karen Frey in lane 5, Jamin Simmons in 6, Oriana Moya in 7, Matilda Garns in 8, Manon Agonise in 9, and in lane 10 is Freya Moosberger. Your thoughts on what you saw in Event 1? What are your expectations as you watch Heat 2, Brian?
Yeah, we saw Claudia Gluck set the kind of score to beat there, about 55, 56 reps, and she was able to do that because of her cycle rate on the thrusters. She wasn't first to the box, she wasn't first off the box in any of the rounds, but she was able to cycle the thrusters very well, and getting to those light set of dumbbells early is the key to winning this workout.
As for the workout, it is 4 rounds, 2 minutes and 30 seconds on. They will have a 1-minute reset. As you can see, they have begun their 10 shuttle runs. After that, they will go through 10 burpee box clears and then 8 dumbbell thrusters, or as many as they can get in that 230, and they will continue on until they get to 40. Their weights will change, and they'll try to get as far as they can in those 4 rounds as possible.
Yeah, and the margins for error here are pretty small. Most of the women will be finishing the buy-in, which is the 10 shuttles and the 10 box clears, about 45 seconds. If you're a little slower, maybe with 35 seconds left on the clock. At that point, it just comes down to who can cycle the dumbbells faster. The 50s, the pair of 50s for the women, is something they're used to, but it's not necessarily comfortable. It's still a little bit heavy, and the trick is going to be, can I pick it up and hold on to them for the remainder of the interval? On average, these women are going to be looking for somewhere between 10 and 13 thrusters per round to try to get as close as possible to that 40 number after 3 intervals.
The women in the middle of the floor, lanes 5, 6, and 7, were the first ones to the box. That is Karen Frey, Jamie Simmons, and Oriana Moyer. They were the first ones back to the box.
Yeah, we talked about Claudia Gluck in the previous heat, who had done well on a similar style interval workout at the Lowlands Throwdown. She took 3rd there. Oriana Moya took 2nd on the same workout. She's someone I'm watching in this event to potentially track down that score by Claudia.
Looks like in lane 9, we have our first athlete getting to the dumbbells. That is Manon Agonise. We also had in lane 4 Hannah Carlson, lane 7 Oriana Moya as well getting to the dumbbells.
Yeah, and we mentioned there a couple, Manon Agonise and Hannah Carlson, a couple very strong women, but they're also fairly tall, so a little bit bigger range of motion. Oriana Moya, great with the barbell clean yesterday, not as tall, range of motion, a little bit in her advantage here with the dumbbell thruster.
Lane 9, it looked like Manon Agonise was the first one to advance the dumbbells in this round.
Something I did see there with about 10 seconds left on the clock. Moya had to set the dumbbells down. She picked them up to knock out a couple more reps, but the ability to hold on throughout the interval once you pick them up might be a little bit of an advantage for Manon as we move on.
Trying to read the floor, it looks like Manon Agonise and Emily Rolfe in lane 3 might have both been able to advance their dumbbells, but these ladies will reset for another minute before they continue back with their 10 shuttle runs.
Yeah, they've got the athletes advancing every 8 reps, so they need to do that 5 intervals of 8 to get to the 40 mark. Then they'll exchange the 50s for the 35s. The first athlete who's able to get there is likely the one that will win this, but that requires a little bit of gamesmanship. You have to manage the buy-in each round. There's going to be someone in every interval that pushes the pace on the runs. You don't have to necessarily keep up. Just keep them in touch. Pace yourself, breathe through the box jump overs, and once you pick up the thrusters, it's go time.
Go!
Second round of this event is beginning. Again, 10 shuttle runs, 10 box burpee box clears, and then they'll continue on with their dumbbell thrusters.
Lane number 1 is your leader now, ladies and gentlemen, and the thruster.
Closest to us there, taking a little bit of the lead early on, is Emily Rolfe. A little one lane further away from her was Hannah Carlson. They're setting the pace early in the first set of box clears. And nice shot from behind there to see a little bit of the Coca-Cola Arena in here. A great venue, plenty of space. Everyone in the house has a great seat to see what these athletes have in store for us tonight.
Honestly, I mean, it's an amazing facility. The outside is outstanding. I mean, just like any building in Dubai, lit up with neon lights, but an amazing facility, and so far it's treated us well this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of versatility. They host a ton of different styles of events here, government, sports, entertainment, and now we get an opportunity to put the sport of CrossFit on display in this building that was built for events like this. So very cool opportunity. Glad that the organizers were able to secure it and give us a little bit different feel at another location here in Dubai.
Lane 3, Emily Rolfe, the first one to get back to the box, joined by Hannah Carlson in lane 4 and a host of others, as you can see here on the floor.
Yeah, and we talked about in the first heat having someone by your side that's maintaining a similar pace, and right now, Rolfe, Carlson, and Karen Frey are basically in sync on every one of these burpee box clears.
1 minute to go for round number 2, and the judges are raising their hand for the
There's Dana Pran. She had a great day yesterday. The one United States female in the field. Very good weightlifting fast round, but also impressed on the biking legless rope climb workout to secure a spot in the final heat today.
Very similar to the first heat, the first woman back to their dumbbells. Lives in lane 9 today. It's Manon Agonise again. Gets back to the dumbbells first, but still, we're also watching Emily Rolfe, who looked like advanced her dumbbells like Manon did in that first round.
Yeah, and in the outside lane, well, closest to us here in this shot is Lena Richter, and she's just kind of been sneaking around throughout this competition. We haven't called her name too often. She is sitting in 9th place entering the day. We know she can last over the duration of a competition and that she trains in a competitive environment all the time. I think she is excited to have the opportunity to put her skills on display as an individual, and she's holding her own against some games athletes here in this workout.
All right, round 2 is over again, trying to read the floor. We have Manon Agonise, who looks like she's advanced her dumbbells as far as Emily Rolfe did in lane 3, maybe Lena Richter in lane 1. Hard to tell from where we're judging, and obviously we don't know the number of dumbbell thrusters they've reached so far.
Yeah, and what we saw in the last heat was that Claudia Gluck was able to finish exactly 40 reps in 3 intervals. I expect someone here will be able to just barely get into the lighter work in this interval, and that'll be a good indication of as to who is actually in the lead amongst those women that you mentioned. Emily Rolfe there, bent over, trying to catch her breath. We've seen her do excellent with aerobic style workouts, but they're usually continuous work. This work to rest interval is a little bit different way to test aerobic capacity. Emily seems to be hanging in right now. Let's see how she can rally here in what I think is the most critical round of this workout, round number 3.
All right, we are now sitting in round 3, 10 shuttle runs, 10 burpee box clears, and then dumbbell thrusters to follow. We should start to see some women advance to that next dumbbell here in this round, if it mirrors what we saw in the first heat.
Yeah, Emily Rolfe, great runner, and she's the one that's setting the pace right here for Carlson and Frey, who had been step with her throughout. On the other side of the floor, well, this side that we're looking at now, in the pink pants right there, is Manon Agonise. Manon's a woman who we haven't seen at the games yet, but everything she's kind of done in this past year suggests that she has the capacity to get there. And as the rounds have gone on, she's getting a little bit more aggressive here with the run. Hopefully that means that she's feeling good as we're entering into the back half of this workout. Little nuance you might notice in shuttle run workouts that the CrossFit Games has programmed in this past season. The athletes have always had to get 2 feet beyond the line and also touch the floor. The decision today was that they just had to get 2 feet on either side of the floor, so they take away that bending down to touch it, which is fine here because we really want to get the athletes to the dumbbells with time to accomplish work.
Again, the first 2 athletes back to the box. Lane 3, Emily Rolfe. Lane 4, Hannah Carlson again, followed by Manon Agonise as well. But once we get back to the dumbbells, we'll know essentially who is in the lead.
Yeah, and once again here, Emily Rolfe is just pushing the pace a little bit. Carlson and Frey, who are right next to her in the last interval, are about 1.5 reps behind her now. Matching her is Manon Agonise out in lane 9, so look for 3 and 9 to be some of the first ladies to get to the dumbbells.
And it is Manon Agonise in lane 9, joined by Matilda Garns in lane 8 again. It looks like Manon Agonise, though, ahead of her in terms of the dumbbell thrusters.
Yeah, and don't sleep on Oana Moya. She has not been, in fact, she's been one of the last women done with every round of runs, but she seems to be the fastest on the burpee box clears. And if I'm not mistaken, I think her and Rolfe are in the last round of dumbbell thrusters here. They only have a few seconds to go. You gotta hold on and see if you can kick close to 40. Moya is putting him down. I don't know if that means she's done or if she's just out of time, but there's several women that are either at or within a rep or 2 of advancing into that final round. Not the final round, sorry, advancing to the lighter dumbbells in the final round.
Looks like the women who are the closest to getting there in lane 3, that is Emily Rolfe, and lane 9, Manon Agonise. Also, Jamie Simmons looks to be in that last round of the earlier dumbbells as well. Just trying to read the floor in terms of what we can see here. Hannah Carlson's another one.
Yeah, for sure, and we haven't mentioned Jamie Simmons at all through 3 rounds of this workout. It is a very tight. One thing we know about Jamie is that she is a veteran. She knows how to manage not just in a workout, but the entire competition weekend. There she is sitting on the box, breathing in, and not everyone's choosing to sit on the box. When I tested this workout, I did sit on the box every round. About 10 seconds to go, I stood up. That was a good way for me to compose myself. Let's see if Jamie can maybe teach the rest of the field a lesson here in the final round.
We're now starting the final round of Fast Like an Oryx for the women. Again, 10 shuttle runs, 10 burpee box clears, and dumbbell thrusters. Several women now hoping to advance to that next set of dumbbells. Again, it's 35 pounds for the women or 16 kilos.
Yeah, and just looking out on the floor, Emily Rolfe once again is setting the pace on the run. No real surprise there. She's one of the best runners in CrossFit in general. But Hannah Carlson is holding pace with her. And we talked about Hannah yesterday. She's a strong athlete. She's a powerful athlete. She's a big athlete. She was able to manage the Lagos road climbs, and now she's showing a decent running capacity. She hasn't shown up at the high level of competitions in Europe much before, but this is really refreshing to see her doing so well at yet another implement to start day number 3.
You said you tested the workout, so in this final round, are you still kind of holding a pace here in the run before you kind of sell out a little bit more in the burpee box clears?
Yeah, they'll know, okay, I'm at the lighter dumbbells, or I have 1 or 2 reps to go, and if, you know, these athletes are very, very aware. They have to know that once I get to those dumbbells, I have to be able to just send it fast, cycle rate, and get going. So you don't want to fall too far behind. We see Oyana Moya, one of the last ones to the box yet again. She's been faster on the box clear so far. That was a pretty big margin that she was behind. Let's see how that works out as they get to the dumbbells.
The women in the middle of the floor, Emily Rolfe, Hannah Carlson, Karen Frey, Jamie Simmons, all getting back to the box first. We've been watching Manon Agonis as well. She trailed a couple feet behind them, a couple seconds behind them, getting back to the box.
Couple reps to go, they're heading back to the dumbbells. They have to get to 40 with the 50 pounds before they advance to the 35 pounds. Everyone seems to be heading to the 50s, which means that at this point, Claudia Gluck had the lead, and honestly, it's unlikely anyone's gonna catch her at this rate. Jamie Simmons, first one to put him down and pick up the pair of 35. She's right in the middle of the floor. Joining her now is Emily Rolfe. So Simmons, Rolfe, and Moya, first 3 on the 35-pound dumbbells, also outside in lane 1, while she's closest to us there on the 35s. They're cycling through these reps fast, 5 seconds to go. It's gonna be tight.
We'll have to wait for an announcement on this one.
Yeah, and just like in Heat 1, we're seeing a majority of the field there on the floor. Lena Rector, not the case, and I think that she was good enough to have a top 5 finish there. Claudia Gluck from the first heat, and 4 or 5 women in the second heat, all somewhere between 48 and 55 reps. I'm thinking Claudia Gluck got the win on this one, and if that's the case, that's going to be massive for her. She was sitting just outside the top 10, and like I said, it's going to be an ambition of hers to climb into the top 10 as the day wears on.
Yeah, definitely saw a fight between 4 or 5 women here in this heat. Again, unofficially, we do not know who the winner is, but as soon as we do, we'll let you know.
Yeah, one of the things that we know from talking to the athletes yesterday, the format that we have here in Dubai, which is that they start late in the afternoon, but then they have a lot of work to accomplish in a fairly small amount of time, means that when you are feeling like this after a workout, now you have to employ some of the tactics where competition experience comes into play. How can I recover from a hard effort like this and make no mistakes about it? An interval workout is very challenging and demanding. Recover and then warm up again for what's to come.
All right, so that is Fast Like an Oryx done for the women. The men will take that on coming up in a few minutes, but I did want to go over the leaderboard so far after day 2. And we've got Karen Frey atop the leaderboard, Jamie Simmons sitting in 2nd, Hannah Carlson 3rd, Oyana Moya 4th, Emily Rolfe 5th. Just Is this what you expected? There's some names that are a little bit of a surprise up here. Hannah Carson's got to be one of them, but
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just looking, Karen Frey, 45-point lead hanging into the day. Incredible workout or performances for her so far. And Hannah Carlson, as we talked about during that event, an unlikely candidate to be sitting in a podium position. She came out today and did fairly well in this workout, and it maybe wasn't one that we'd expect. There is going to be a bit of gymnastics today, so she's going to have to show the well-rounded nature of her game if she wants to hang up there near the top.
all right. Well, that was Fast Like an Oryx again for the women. The men will take that on in just a few minutes here at the Coca-Cola Arena. Again, I am Derek Forrest. He is Brian Friend. Real quick, if we just look ahead and kind of project to the men, what are your expectations now that you've seen this workout?
Yeah, I mean, look, the men have a pair of 70-pound dumbbells, and they got to do 40 thrusters with them. With that, fairly aggressive buy-in. It's a 2.5-minute work interval. You're only going to have 40 seconds or so left with those dumbbells. So the athletes that can cycle them fast at that moderately heavy weight are going to have the advantage here.
All right, well, we have that event 5, Fast Like an Oryx for the men, coming up in just a few minutes. We'll be back with you in a few moments.
We're just about 2 minutes, so we're bringing our guys out onto the competition floor. Previous winner.
Welcome back into the
ladies'
2022
Claudia.
Dubai Fitness Championships here at the Coca-Cola Arena, and we've got a guest in the booth, 5-time CrossFit Games champion Matt Fraser joining us again. Thanks for doing this again, alongside Brian Friend as well. We're going to watch the men take on Fast Like an Oryx, Event 5. Let's talk about the programming. How did you guys come up with this over at HWPO?
You know, this is a workout, like, I love workouts where, you know, there's a heavy weight, you know, especially with this, you know, trying to get as many reps as you can with relatively heavy dumbbell thrusters. But we want to make sure that, you know, the cardio side is there, so the athletes have to earn it. You know, you just can't be big and strong. You need to have an engine as well. And with a workout like this, there's a lot of strategy. You know, do you want to do the shuttle runs super quickly? How many reps do you want to get in the first round? Do you want to try to get even reps every round? So I think we're seeing some different strategies, and the results are looking good.
Of course, the workout, 4 rounds, 2:30 on, 1 minute off. They get to, the guys have to go through 10 shuttle runs, 10 burpee box clears, and then dumbbell thrusters, and they'll continue that until they can get to a lighter weight, potentially after 40.
Yeah, and we have the box clear overs here as part of the workout. What was the thought process between eliminating the jump over and introducing the box clear?
You know, I think it's a movement that, you know, we got introduced to it. I believe it was at Rogue Invitational for the first time, and I think everyone was shocked at how much it spiked the heart rate. You know, surface level, it looks just like a box jump over, but the extra height needed to clear the box really forces you to tighten your diaphragm and spike the heart rate a little bit. So it's just a little bit more unique movement that maybe the athletes aren't quite as familiar with.
Since you got introduced to that movement back at Rogue as part of a CrossFit competition, is it something that you include in your own training or have, you know, HWPO do at time to time, or is it something that maybe you're just kind of reserved for when you get an opportunity to put it in a competition?
Yeah, you know, we're definitely not hammering them every day. We still do plenty of box jump overs where we're hitting the top of the box, but you know, I like to introduce them in just for a little bit more variety, a little bit more intensity.
Men are getting started here, and as we saw with the women, there's always going to be someone out there that's kind of pulling the field along. Right now, those are the guys in lane 8 and lane 2. It's a risky strategy to take, Matt. What do you think? Would you rather be in the lead here or just slightly behind?
I think with the shuttle runs, calm, cool, and collected is the key. Fast turns, fast hard acceleration off the line, but then coasting in the middle. You can't win the workout on the shuttles, but you can sure put yourself in a deficit if you're sprinting. I'm very interested to see how lane 2 is able to hold on, because he hit those first couple shuttles as a full sprint.
And that in lane 2 is Luka Vunjak, and we talked about it with the women. Both Claudia Gluck and Oyana Moya, who both finished in the top 5 for the ladies, had a really good workout in a similar style to this at the Lowlands Throwdown. Luka Vunjak was also in that competition, and he was the winner of that workout for the men. He's sitting down in the bottom 5 right now, but I think this is a chance for him to assert one of his best skills, which is cycle rate on moderately heavy dumbbell thrusters.
First person to get to the box, Lazar Jukic in lane 5 and Vladimir Session in lane 1, the first 2 men to get to the box.
Luka Vunjak there in 2, advancing to the dumbbells. Again, these are a pair of 70-pound dumbbells. Matt, for someone who's trying to aspire to be to the games, how heavy of a weight is this?
You know, the 70-pound dumbbells, I think, as you can see, they're manageable to cycle, but you know, they're heavy enough that you're likely not going to go unbroken through all the rounds. So, you know, I wanted a weight that was light enough to cycle, but heavy enough that you had to strategize how you were going to move it.
Yeah, and they're advancing every 8 reps here, so Luka Vunjak is already working on that second set of 8 and still has 20 seconds left to go. We saw one woman push towards 20 reps in the early round. Is that a sustainable pace?
No. No, I can't say that. Maybe somebody can. Maybe somebody can hammer 20 reps every single round. I haven't seen it yet. I don't think if I were to hit 20 reps in that first round, I would be consistent from round to round. And I think for this workout, through those first 40 reps with the heavier dumbbells, consistency is the key.
As we sit here in the 1 minute rest here, how'd you come up with the 1 minute? You could have gone maybe a minute and a half, right?
Just enough time to catch your breath, get your heart rate down a little bit in those first couple of rounds. I think transitioning from the third to the fourth round, you sure wish you had another minute.
And we did get some information from scoring. The top women's score was 52 reps. That was Claudia Gluck. Second place was Lena Richter, 51 reps. Matt, how likely is it that the men are going to catch that or maybe exceed it?
You know, when we tested this one is the one that we tested a lot of different variations of. We had a lot of different people testing it. Most of them didn't know that they were testing a workout for this competition. And I think on the men's side, we saw a couple scores in the high 60s.
Oh, wow. Go! Yeah, but you know, once you get to the lighter set of dumbbells, everything kind of changes.
Yeah.
You know, you've just done 40 reps at the 70s. How light do those 50s feel, relatively speaking?
I think if you were fresh, it's a day and night difference, obviously. But after 40 reps, you know, it's a little sigh of relief, but they're still difficult.
Lane 7 right there is Victor Hofer. He's setting the early pace on the thrusters. Lane 2, Luka Buniak, who appeared to be the leader in round 1, is just right off his heels.
The men now continuing with round 2. They are on their 10 shuttle runs. They will have 10 burpee box clears, and then they'll get back to their dumbbell thrusters. Again, doing this for 4 rounds to get as many thrusters as they can.
Matt, what kind of an effect does it have in terms of strategy when you're forced to advance on a barbell or dumbbell cycling or rep after a specific number of reps?
So I always preferred the forced transition. It's a forced break. You know, in training, I always tried to stay stationary, so you're really pushing the limits. You're using every single second. But when there's a forced transition, it's so nice because use that transition. Put the dumbbells down for a split second, catch a breath, use it to your advantage.
Guys now working on their box over clears. I believe the first one to get back to their box was in lane 7. That was Victor Hofer, still trailing a little bit in the dumbbell thrusters. But again, that's where we're really going to be able to tell you who's exactly in the lead as they advance their dumbbells.
Yeah, and we have, it's not the most classic gymnastic elements, but in all practicality, this is a monostructural weightlifting gymnastics triplet. Which element of this workout, Matt, do you think is the most critical as the rounds progress?
I think it's the technique on the thrusters. Having a good position to support the dumbbells so that as you drive up and you pop your hips, all that energy from your hips is transferring into the dumbbells. If the dumbbells are unstable and hanging off the back of your shoulders, every time you go to jump to drive those dumbbells up, they're going to try to slip down your back. So making sure that you have a good platform so that all your leg power can transfer up to the dumbbells.
3, 2, 1, rest.
All right, and the men are now done with round 2. They will again have a 1 minute reset here before they get back to their 10 shuttle runs, 10 burpee box overs, and dumbbell thrusters.
2.5 minutes of work, 1 minute of rest. Matt, what would you advise for someone in this style of training? What's the best approach to try to settle the heart rate down when you only have 1 minute?
You know, it's just staying calm, forcing yourself to slow your breathing rate, staying in a nice position. You see a lot of these guys just sitting on their box, sitting upright in a good position, and then you'll see a couple that are hunched over, really hinged to the hips, not giving themselves a good recovery position. But it's mostly just staying calm, just big, slow, deep breaths.
My perception of this workout is that the third round is kind of the critical round.
Yes.
When you only have 1 round left, you can always find that last gear. But when you're in round 3 of 4, where do you go mentally to find yourself to get that next level?
With this workout specifically, when we tested it, we had a couple athletes in the 3rd round get to the lighter dumbbells. So I wanted that to almost be a motivation of, if I really push hard in these first 3 rounds, I can get to that light dumbbell, and then I only have 1 more round with the light dumbbells. So, you know, it's a carrot at the end of the stick of, like, if I keep the intensity, if I stay consistent, I get to the lighter weight, but then it's almost you know, it's a tough trade-off because now you can go unbroken through the whole remaining time of the 2.5 minute interval.
Yeah, and Claudia Gluck, who won this event for the women, was the only woman who managed to accomplish all 40 reps. She got exactly 40 in that third interval. We'll see if any of the men are able to do so.
I think we'll see several. I think we'll see several transition onto the lighter dumbbells in this round.
Now we reach the first-minute mark on this side, ladies and gentlemen.
So it looks like in lane 2, Luka Vunjak was pushing the pace here on the run. Not sure if he's going to get back to the box first. Multiple guys down to their final pushes here. And it looks like it is going to be Vunjak in lane 2 who will get back to his box first. Also in lane 7, you have Victor Hofer again working on his box, burpee box clears. And in lane 5, it is Lazar Jukic.
Yeah, Hofer and Vunjak, two of the younger athletes in the field. We talked about it being risky to go out hot in round 1 on the run, but pretty impressive, Matt, that they're showing the ability to do that round after round.
1 minute remaining before we are done.
Yeah, I'm surprised. You know, Hofer looks great right now. He's maintaining the same burpee speed. It looks like he looks well composed. Lazar looks like he's moved the same pace every single round. Super impressive. He picked the right pace and he's sticking to it.
First two athletes off the box, Luka Vunjak in lane 2, Victor Hofer in lane 7, but multiple guys now getting back to their dumbbells. Lanes 4, 5, and 6 all over the place, but we're watching Lazar Jukic in lane 5 as well.
Yeah, and watching to see if anyone is in fact able to get through these 40 reps and pick up the lighter dumbbells. About 15 seconds left. Victor Hofer forced to take a break there. Luka Vunjak also put the dumbbell down, and he is moving on to the lighter dumbbells with a few seconds to go.
So it looks like the first two athletes to get to the lighter dumbbell was Luka Vunjak in lane 2, Reggie Fossa in lane 3 as well, the first two to get to the lighter dumbbell.
Yeah, and Reggie Fossa, you know, we hadn't really talked about him. He hasn't stood out much on the running. The box jumps, he's kind of just in the mix. I'm guessing that his cycle rate on the thrusters must be faster. We saw him yesterday do really well on a heavy lifting event. Does that raw strength, in terms of that 1 rep hang clean, transfer at all to cycle rate on dumbbell thrusters?
I don't know if it's as much of just the absolute raw strength, or if it's the better technique. You know, the better, more stable bottom position. You know, Fossa, he's a very thick athlete, very stable. You know, you just see the size of his legs, the size of his hips. I don't think these dumbbells are taking him for a ride at all.
No, and now he has the 70s in his rearview mirror.
Yep.
In this last round, the 50s are there waiting for him. Maybe this will incentivize him to stay a little bit closer to Vunjak on the buy-in.
Luka Vunjak in lane 2 really pushed the pace in the run in that last round. Would you expect him to do the same thing in the final?
He is significantly sped up from round 2 and 3 to this round. You can see that he knows this is the last round. He knows he has only the light dumbbells. I think we're about to see a very impressive score.
When you're assessing, you know, talent, there's so many men in this sport that are trying to make it. When you see someone like this who's doing well on an interval-style workout, is that an attribute that you think is a good place to build off of towards success in the long run?
I don't think it's. I think intervals can be a good indicator, but you know, there's in this sport there's so many different movements, time domains, everything. So you know, to put a stamp on somebody based on the results of one workout alone, that's pretty tough to do. I've been very impressed by him this weekend. You know, he seems relatively well-rounded, and especially on this workout. This workout is painful, and if he's able to push through that pain and hang on, and he's still one of the top lifters, very impressive.
Yeah, that was what caught me off guard. You know, he's one of the smaller guys just in terms of his body size out there. But he's 4th on the lift. Fossa was in the last barbell along with Fabian Benito, and they're two of your leaders here in heat number 1.
First couple guys back to their box again. Luka Vunjak in lane 2, Lazar Jukic in lane 5, and Victor Hofer in lane 7. But it is Luka Vunjak in lane 2 who is the only male currently on the final set of dumbbell thrusters currently in the lead. Vunjak now with just 1 burpee box clear done. He is on his way to the dumbbells now. Again, the only man on the final set of dumbbell thrusters.
Yeah, and he had an advantage in terms of reps on Reggie getting out of the last round. He also got to the dumbbells before him here. So Luka Vuniak separating himself from the rest of the athletes in this opening heat of event number 5.
Lane 6, Javi Gonzalez also advancing to the next set of dumbbells.
Yeah, Victor Hoffer and several other men, including Lazar Jukic, who's there in lane 5, all working away on the 50-pound dumbbells now, and with only a few seconds left to go, you see every rep's going to matter.
Luka Vuniak, though, an impressive run there in this heat, takes the heat win.
Yeah, it seemed like he was able to get into the mid-50s, maybe around 55 total reps on the dumbbell thrusters. Definitely setting the tone here for heat 1. See if anyone can catch him later on.
All right, so we have Luka Vuniak, the winner of this heat, but we want to take a look at the leaderboard after 2 days here in Dubai, here at the Coca-Cola Arena for the Dubai Fitness Championships. Here is your leaderboard after day 2. Brent Fikowski in front, Moritz Fiebig in second, Alex Tutulis third, Aniel Lakai fourth, Con Porter 5th. A lot of names you didn't necessarily expect to see in that top 5, mainly Aniel Lakai, maybe even Alex Tutulis at this point, but we've seen outstanding performances from these guys.
Yeah, Matt, but there is one name that we did expect to see, Brent Fikowski, and he's leading the way halfway point. For athletes that are coming here and trying to win this thing, when you see someone that has the success that he's had at the top of the leaderboard, is that intimidating or is it motivating to say, no, you know what, I'm not that far behind and I'm going to try to catch that guy?
No, I think all these athletes, you know, especially the few in the top 5, you know, it's you know, after, you know, first and second are tight in points, but then after that, you know, it's, you know, 20 points for the next 4 places, and there's 4 events on the last day. There's still a lot of points to be made up, and there's no guarantee that, you know, the guys in the top are going to have the great scores. So it's really easy to see you know, someone in the bottom get 100 points and the person at the top get no points, and then it's a big 200-point swing. You know, it's not over till it's over, you know?
No, definitely not. And I think a lot of these athletes should be motivated by what they see on the schedule in terms of workouts today. We saw with the women, the smaller athletes, Gluck, Richter, Moya, doing very well. Luka Vuniak, a great score here, winning the first heat. Brent Fikowski's the biggest athlete in almost any field he ever competes in. This might be like blood in the water for some of those guys that are trying to track him down.
I think they might be surprised, though. I think they were all expecting to have blood in the water after the 1-rep max hang clean, and Brent held his own. You know, that was a very impressive lift, regardless of body type. And now you look at how Brent is the tallest one. He has super long legs, and he's still one of the top for the 1-rep max hang clean. I know I wasn't expecting that, so I'm excited to see what Brent can do in this workout as well.
When we look at this workout, now seeing what the first athletes were able to do in event 1 and knowing these athletes in event 2, or in heat 2, excuse me, would you like to make any predictions on who you think will do well in this heat?
Oh man, I'm almost nervous. To make a prediction, because I think on a lot of the other workouts I definitely wouldn't have been right. But I'm willing to bet Brent has dissected this workout very, very well.
And it was one of the workouts that was briefed earlier in the week to the athletes. So he's had a little bit of time with it, and you know, as always, he'll have a strategy. In fact, after the athlete briefing today, he walked straight out to the floor and did a step-by-step measurement to see exactly how long it was. I guarantee he was doing that because he knows exactly how many strides he needs to get across the floor and make that turn. And those are the little things that Brent's able to apply on the competition floor that do give him an edge over the rest of his competitors.
All right, the men in this hit getting set to take on Fast Like an Oryx. Again, it is 4 rounds, 2 minutes and 30 seconds on, 1 minute off, 10 shuttle runs, 10 burpee box clears, and then they'll continue on with 8 dumbbell thrusters, or as many dumbbell thrusters as possible.
I'll throw my hat in the ring here with a little prediction. Again, just kind of based on what we've seen and what that workout was at the Lowlands Throwdown, where a lot of these guys competed. That workout back then, Luka Vuniak was the winner. Moritz Fiebig finished 4th. He also finished 4th overall at the Lowlands Throwdown, earning his rookie appearance at the games, and he's currently sitting in 2nd place here. I would not be surprised if he's one of the leaders when the dust settles after these 4 rounds.
Yeah, we know the top score is 56 total reps. That's 16 reps with the lighter dumbbells.
I am there off.
In this heat, in lane 1, you have Yona Koski. In lane 2, Fabian Benito. Lane 3, Con Porter. Lane 4, Alex Gatulis. Lane 5, Brent Bukowski. In lane 6, Moritz Fiebig. Anjol Akai in lane 7. Guillaume Briant in lane 8. Luka Jukic in lane 9. And Nikita Yundov in lane 10.
Yeah, and I would be wary of Yona Koski in this workout. He's in an outside lane. Sometimes that can be a bit of an advantage. People aren't maybe looking at you. Matt mentioned it's extremely tight leaderboard. From 2nd to where he is in 9th place is 30 points. Koski will know that that's plenty of points to make up with half of the competition remaining. He's pretty good at cycling weight in general. Don't sleep on Koski out in lane number 1. Matt, you've competed against Yona Koski a few times at the CrossFit Games, and obviously with his swimming capacity and the fact that back then it was often one of the early workouts, he was frequently in the top heat and someone you were chasing down for that leader's jersey. But he has some skills outside of just being a good swimmer.
Yeah, Koski is one of the most well-known names in the sport for a reason. He's incredibly consistent. He's been around for a very long time, and there's not too many. He doesn't have any holes. You know, he is very well-rounded. He's not one of the bigger athletes, but he does very well with the weightlifting, especially when it comes to the lighter weight cycling. Very impressive.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday that, he showed up at the Rogue Invitational and he definitely looked better than he looked at the games, where he looked better than he looked at semifinals. He's on the way back from recovery after an elbow surgery 2 Septembers ago, and he did great in DT with the spin, a barbell cycling workout. Let's see how he handles these 70-pound thrusters.
Well, I would say that there was no surprise that Con Porter was the first one to the box and the first person to his dumbbells, but then after his first thruster already had to drop the thrusters.
I think his elbow must be giving him a bit of trouble. It's taped up pretty heavily.
Yeah, I spoke to him this morning. He said he's okay, but that the negative, the eccentric of bringing a barbell or dumbbell back down is the one thing that bothers it a little. So expect him to be just a little bit cautious and maybe have to go to a position that's not optimal on the negative part of the thruster.
First athlete to move forward. He's going to take a break. We're going to the final seconds here. 3.
When you even look at
1 breath.
Khan's technique there and just the way he's holding the dumbbells on his shoulders, a little unorthodox compared to the rest of the field.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to see the best version of him here because of that little nagging elbow injury. But in the meantime, Yona Koski, I don't think he set the dumbbells down. He may not be in the lead, but he's right up there with several other guys. And like Matt was talking about, 9 out of 10 here sitting on the box during the rest interval.
The men will now have a 1-minute rest here before they continue on. They'll move on to round 2 again. It is 10 shuttle runs, 10 burpee box clears, and then dumbbell thrusters.
20 seconds.
Cool close-ups of the athletes here. We saw Moritz Fiebig really honing in on his breathing. Nikita Yundov here from Belarus doing the same thing, chalking up the hands a little bit. And I think that that's important. It's only the first interval, but you want to just manage, like Matt was talking about, manage that heart rate and compose yourself for hopefully a similar effort here in round number 2.
I'm really excited to see how Katolis hangs on. You know, he's not the strongest athlete out here. He's definitely not one of the biggest, but his conditioning is on a level that is second to none, especially in this field. And so I'm curious to see if his conditioning is so good and if he can recover enough to make up for the size and the strength deficit, because he and Brent moved up into their 3rd box at the exact same time. So I'm going to see. I want to see if that recovery plays an effect for him here. even though he's one of the smaller guys.
That's Catoulis there on your screen in the orange sneakers, kind of setting the pace right now during this shuttle run.
Yeah, and Alex Catoulis was one of the athletes you mentioned. He's in the top 5 right now of this competition. We talked about Yorgos Karovic yesterday, who is coming off a competition win at Marbella in Spain last weekend. Catoulis was also in Spain and competed there. He took 3rd place behind Karovic and Uldis Upanex. Matt, how crazy is it to do back-to-back competitions like this for these guys?
It's something that, you know, we don't see as often anymore. But for a lot of these athletes, you know, it's, you know, if they like competing and, you know, they're in their region and they're able to make a little bit of money, you know, in my early years of competing, if I can make it to the competition, I was competing. I think at my peak, I did 6 events over 6 weekends, and I do not recommend it.
Well, Karovic last year made me really nervous, but he backed up because he did the same thing last year, but he backed it up with a 5th place here in Dubai. Wow. Alex Catoulis coming off a 3rd place, sitting in the top 5 right now, so clearly it's not out of the realm of possibility for them to string back-to-back weekends of competition together.
Catoulis and Con Porter in lanes 3 and 4, pacing off of each other there in the run, but Yonakoski in lane 1 also back to his dumbbells, getting set for his round of thrusters.
Closest to us on the screen there is Yonakoski. Now he's on the left side, 3 to the right. We have Alex Catoulis also in the black, working away on the 70-pound dumbbells. Brent Fikowski was a little bit slower getting there. We'll see if he's able to maintain pace in the 2nd round.
Catoulis is very impressive right now. Seems to be holding the exact same cycle rate that he did in round 1. He's looking super strong. His form isn't breaking down.
Another athlete in that heat that I kind of saw sneaking up was Fabian Benito. He's in the lane right next to Yonakoski. Their cycle rate on the dumbbell thrusters was very similar, and as we've seen, people who did fairly well with the clean yesterday and have that good position you're talking about, able to manage those well. Benito was in the final barbell along with Fasa yesterday. See if he can hold on, 2 rounds to go.
Yeah, if we're trying to read the floor in terms of who's advanced the furthest with their dumbbells, looks like we've got Yonakoski in lane 1, Fabian Benito in lane 2, Alex Catoulis in lane 4, Brent Fikowski in lane 5, and Annual Kai in lane 7.
Yeah, Annual Kai, we haven't mentioned him yet today. Very young man sitting inside the top 5, and one of those guys who, you know, I don't know what his expectations were coming in, but he has to be feeling good with his position at the halfway point.
I'm very glad he was the athlete that before the event he asked me if there was a minimum work requirement, because he thought it would be a smart strategy to sit 1 round out, you know, rest up 1 round and really give her on the 4th. I'm glad to see he didn't take that strategy.
Yeah, I mean, you're only going to get 50 seconds at most with the dumbbells, and even if you go as fast as you can on those, there's just a limit on how fast you can move them. So doing the work every round should be an expectation for that.
Here's the funny thing, though, right? Like, if he was able to do that, if you were still competing on the floor, you would most certainly take that route if you could, though, wouldn't you?
I have. Early on, yeah, I did a competition. It was one of those competitions in the 6 weeks where I hit competition every weekend. There was a 4-round workout, and one of the windows was 3 minutes of max deadlifts at 315. I just sat down. The next lightest guy I was competing against was, I would say, probably about 225 pounds. I was 170 at the time, so I just went, I know where I stand here, and I just sat down on my box.
Yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Alex Catoulis, once again, one of the first guys to the box. Yonakoski not quite able to keep pace on the shuttle runs, and Catoulis continuing to impress here as we move into that 3rd round, which we've talked about as kind of being the critical one. These athletes are getting close to that 40 rep mark, and any of the ones that are able to achieve that here will have the advantage in the final round.
Gentlemen, finishing up on their box, or their burpee box overs. Again, Alex Catoulis kind of leading the way there, pacing the run, but he's got several guys behind him, including Yonakoski in lane 1. And again, we've got Annual Kai. He's the first one to get to the dumbbells in lane 7. He'll begin before anybody else was as well.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye out here, see if anyone's able to get through those 40 reps. Lots of athletes very close. 20 seconds to go in this interval.
Looking for the first person to advance. Also in lane 1, Yona Koski, and lane 7, Aniel Akai as well.
Wow, so at least 3 athletes, and Akai able to knock out 5 reps here with the lighter dumbbells before the end of interval number 3.
Fabian Benito also onto the lighter dumbbell as well.
I don't know what Aniel Akai was worried about. He's absolutely crushing this through 3 rounds.
Right?
All right, so we are entering the final round, the 4th and final round of Fast Like an Oryx again. These gentlemen will do 10 shuttle runs, 10 burpee box clears, and then as many dumbbells as they can.
We know that 56 was the target to beat from Luka Vuniak in the earlier round, with Aniel already having 5 in the bank. I mean, are we feeling confident he's going to pass that by?
I think it's a safe bet, unless something goes catastrophically wrong. I think that score of 56 is going to fall.
And I feel like he's managed this workout really well. We haven't called him as any round of being a leader on the run, but he seems to have maybe a half rep advantage on some of those guys on the box, and obviously moving the dumbbells very well.
I just think it's entertaining. I don't know if you've been watching Alex Atoulis in lane 4, this little hop he does at the end to start his shuttle runs. I don't know if that's necessarily conserving energy, but
we were watching several of the athletes testing out little variations of doing this. Like we said, they don't have to bend down and touch the line as they had to throughout the game season. What was the thinking behind eliminating that part of the show?
That was purely just to make the judges' life a little bit easier, because we only have 10 judges. There's 40, 50, 60 judges for a competition. This competition, there's only 10 judges, so we didn't have a judge to put at either end of the lane. So to make it a little bit easier on them, we put them at the side with the darker line. So with the bold white line down at the far end, it's pretty easy to see both feet clearing. So that was literally the only reason behind that.
Oh, and it's a great reason. I mean, I think that it is something that programmers and event organizers should consider. What are the resources you have available, and how can you use those best to get what the desired outcome of a particular workout?
Alex Katoulis, again, the first guy to get back to the box, burpee box clears, but obviously everybody in the field also working on them. We'll see who comes out of the box first.
And I'll be looking here. I mean, Koski and Benito, I think, have a little bit of an advantage being right next to each other and knowing they're already into that last round. Aniel Akai is 6-7 lanes over from him, and no one else near him is there. Let's see if Benito and Koski can kind of build off of each other and maybe chase down Akai.
Looks like Atoulis is on his final burpee box clear. He is also joined by Fabian Benito in lane 2 and the rest of the field.
Matt, margins matter. I noticed there that Akai, you squat cleaned that the way that you would, or almost half squat cleaned it. When you're competing and you're looking for every edge, is there any reason you shouldn't be doing that with a pair of 50s?
In lane 7, though, Aniel Akai.
I think it's fine to squat clean it. It's not really as applicable with dumbbells, but even with barbells, you see a lot of people, they change their technique, and I don't think a lot of times it's as beneficial as they hope it is.
Aniel Akai in lane 7 was absolutely flying, cycling through those dumbbell thrusters. Looks like he takes the win in this heat.
He took the win, and he took a bow there to the fans in the end zone. And Aniel Akai, we did see him take second in the Madrid Challenge earlier in September, capitalizing on a workout in the finale with dumbbell thrusters, which he won. Clearly, this is a movement that is inside his wheelhouse. Matt, I know you were excited for that workout. After watching all 4 heats go through it, what are your thoughts?
I'm very happy with how it went. That was very close to what we saw on our final round of testing. We went through different variations, different time domains and weights. That was the stimulus we were looking for. We know that this workout is, a grinder, a little bit longer, 10 minutes of total work. So we wanted to make sure that the next workout or two is quite a bit shorter, a little bit more sprinty, and also with fitting 4 workouts in on the final day, we didn't want to overload the athletes and make it vulnerable for injuries or anything. So we wanted to make sure that the athletes are happy with the workouts, but they're also a good show. So started the day with a longer grindy workout. Then we're going to move into 2 quicker sprint workouts, and then the final workout is a real grinder.
All right, that's going to do it for Fast Like an Oryx. We're going to wrap up here for the men. We're going to have the women's event as they will take on Event 6 in just a few minutes. Again, want to thank Matt Fraser for hopping into the booth. Appreciate it, Matt. Thanks for
you guys
joining
for having me.
Thanks, brother.
We'll be back in just a few moments.
Because girls are physically more mature than boys of the same age, most of the advances in the early teen years are made by the girls.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with the time remaining before we start, 10 past, so we're gonna do a little activation and a contest for anyone with us here in Coca-Cola Arena. Now, we are requesting 5 men, 5 ladies, because we're gonna be doing a dead hang competition on this side here. You're gonna be getting some goodies from the Dubai Fitness Championship, so make your way to the floor, please, if you wanna get those goodies. 5 men and 5 ladies. Come on, people. We're waiting for you. Get closer, get closer, get closer. 5 men and 5 ladies. Let's go, let's go, let's go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 men, that's it. That's it. The last guy with a t-shirt. That's it, come on. That's it. That's it. 1, 2. You can use the chalk, no problem. It's a dead hang competition. You can use the chalk, no problem. Okay, we're gonna get a winner from the men's side and a winner from the women's side. So get yourself ready in 3, 2, 1, go. Shout out to the director of Dubai Fitness Championship who's providing the prizes also for the people joining us in today's competition, the dead hang. Let's make some noise for Saud Shamsi, the director of Dubai Fitness Championship, ladies and gentlemen. We've got few big people on this side, but it's gonna be a dead hang competition. We are 10 minutes away from the event. How do you enjoy Dubai Fitness Championship? Who is your favorite athlete?
Ella Bunker, she's Swedish.
And that's your favorite athlete from the female side. How about you? Who's your favorite athlete in Dubai Fitness Championship? Let's go. He's not competing, but he's his favorite athlete over this side. What about you? Who's your favorite athlete? Oh, this guy is new to CrossFit. He doesn't know anything about CrossFit, but he doesn't have an athlete also too. What about this side here? You're out. You're out. There's no second chance. You can go, yeah, you can go. Okay, people. 1 female winner and 1 male winner. Hold it. Hold it. Oh, hold it. Don't go down. Ladies, come on. Only 2 remaining. Hold it, don't go down. And your female winner is on this side. The men are so intense on this side here. Are you enjoying your time in Dubai Fitness Championship? You're enjoying your time in Dubai Fitness Championship? I like Dubai and I like the singles. Ah, and he went down. He went down. So, the winner is the guy right here from the male side and the female side. They're going to be getting goodies from the Dubai Fitness Championship. Let's make some noise for your 2 winners on this side.
Welcome back into the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships here in the Coca-Cola Arena. I am Derek Forrest, Brian Friend. 3 more events here on the final day of competition here in Dubai. We just saw event 5, but we also did see an update to the women's leaderboard as well.
Yeah, and you know, it's the last day of competition, but we still have half of the competition remaining. They had 1 event in their belts, 3 still to go, and there have been some big changes on the leaderboard already through 1 event. The 2 biggest movers on the women's side were Claudia Gluck, who we saw set an early tone in that workout. She moved up 4 places from 12th to 8th, and then also Aoife Burke, who was able to move 4 places on the bottom half of the leaderboard. But at the top, Karen Frey able to maintain her lead, but Jamie Simmons narrowing the gap, and Jamie Simmons not necessarily the woman you want to have breathing down your neck as the competition draws near the end.
Karen Frey and Jamie Simmons, 2 of the names you expected to see near the top, but Oriana Moya sitting in 3rd. How impressive you've been with her?
Extremely impressive, and we did see a lot of athletes who did well on the 1 rep max clean, managed those dumbbell thrusters. She was one of those ladies. Tied for 3rd on that workout with Jamie Simmons. So stacking together a bunch of good events, keeping herself relevant as we approach the final 3 events.
All right, and another name on there still sitting in the top 5 is Hannah Carlson. She's fallen a spot, I believe, but still an impressive weekend for her.
Yeah, and she's just continuing to check boxes. You know, we saw her lift heavy, we saw her crush the bike, do the legless rope climbs, and run really well in this one. There's a bunch of gymnastics coming up. She's one of the bigger ladies out there, but so far she's answered the bell. We'll see if she can continue to do that.
Yeah, so we've got event number 6 coming up in just a few moments, and that will be the women's heat starting off, and it is called heavy-handed. It is 75 heavy rope double unders, a 90-foot sandbag carry, 150 pounds for the women, 68 kilos, followed by 50 chest to bar, and then they will go back the other way. So they'll finish with 90 feet of a sandbag carry once again, and then finish off with 75 heavy rope double unders.
Yeah, classic down and back chipper, and I love the way that they have it laid out on the floor here, so we'll really be able to see the women moving towards the rig and moving back away from it as they approach the finish line. You got the jump ropes, the sandbag, and the chest to bar pull-ups. I think that those chest to bar pull-ups in the middle are going to be a major factor here.
Who are some of the women you're looking out for? Some of the women we should be and all the viewers should be watching in this heat?
Yeah, remember we've seeded the athletes based on their performance through the first half of the competition. I talked about how Claudia Gluck had made a move there in the first workout. She is one of the more proficient gymnasts in the field, and if she's able to capitalize on that during the chest to bar pull-ups in the middle of this workout, I think she can continue to impress here on the final day.
Keys to success in this event, what do you have?
Success, you know, the heavy jump rope should not be taken for granted. You know, for people like us, it's very difficult to do double unders with that rope. They're forced to do them in 25 rep sections here, so just composure in the first half of that workout. I think that especially if you're good at the gymnastics, that's where you need to capitalize. And the people that are the best on the chest bar will likely be able to hold on and do really well on this one.
Your heat assignments for this one for the women: in lane 1, Maria Longford's; in lane 2, Valentina Rangel; lane 3, Aoife Burke; lane 4, Amy Kringle; lane 5, Andrea Solberg; lane 6, Claudia Gluck; lane 7, Taylor Howe; lane 8, Ella Bunger; lane 9, Seha Kaya; and in lane 10, Valentina Magalotti.
Yeah, another great gymnast in this field in Andrea Solberg. She's right next to Claudia Gluck in lanes 5 and 6. I don't think we'll see a massive amount of separation getting to the pull-up bar, but once they get there, those are the 2 women in this heat that I'm really going to be keying in on.
Most athletes not having any issues with the heavy rope double under. The heavy rope, obviously nothing new to CrossFit competitions, so a lot of these athletes, I'm sure, have practiced with the rope a ton.
And as I mentioned, the heavy rope for them is something that they'll all be practicing I cannot do this, but I tried this workout with twice the number of regular double unders, and I found that the first set of double unders, very comfortable. But those last 75 reps, it's going to be a totally different feeling. The heavy rope taxes the grip. Obviously, they'll need the grip to hold the sandbag and the pull-up bar. So we'll see how the double under affects this workout more on the way back.
First athlete on the move out of lane 7 is Taylor Howe. These women will do a 90-foot sandbag carry. Basically, that's back and forth 3 times. So Taylor Howe now going back for her final sandbag carry before she comes back.
Yeah, they're forced to hold it in the bear hug position. They'll go down towards the ring, back to where they started, and back at the ring and leave it there so that on the way back they can do 3 lengths and drop it back where they came and move towards the rope. Because it's only 3 lengths, a down, back, down, they'll be incentivized not to break that. So the key is to get it up, secure it well, and hold on, getting to that pull-up bar in one go.
In lane 5, look at the cycle rate for Andrea Solberg. No surprise though, gymnastics being her strength.
Yeah, 50 chest-to-bar pull-ups in a workout is no big deal for these women, but when it's one set, you have to make a calculated decision. Are you going to do it in, go for a big set and then hang on? Do you have a plan to maybe break it into 3 with small breaks? And maybe that depends on how comfortable you are with the sandbag and the jump rope on the way back, but I think if gymnastics is your strong suit, we see Claudia Gluck there in lane 6 holding on for that big set, and I like this idea. She wasn't the fastest there, but if she's able to be the first one off, she'll have a good chance to hang on the way back.
Solberg also had a pretty big set of chest to bars before she kicked back up just now, working on another big set in lane 5. Again, she was the first one to jump onto the bar. Currently in the lead. She now has her judge's hand up in lane 5. Again, that's Andrea Solberg. Looks like she is done on the rig. She will now go back to the 90-foot sandbag carry.
Yep, and no surprise there. We saw her dominate the toes to bar yesterday. Once again, pull-up bar movement, and she's doing well. She's taken a long time to pick up this sandbag here, and I will tell you, the sandbag carry in the second round is a lot more difficult. The way that you have to hold it in the bear hug, it compresses on the chest and restricts the breathing, and the heart rate, no matter how good you are at gymnastics, is going to be a little bit elevated after that set of 50 chest-to-bar pull-ups.
Yeah, and Andrea probably one of the smaller competitors in this heat for sure. And again, it is 150 pounds or 68 kilos. So that sandbag for sure weighs more than Andrea more than likely.
I think taking her time was worth it. She composed herself and got that good grip, and she's able to complete that sandbag carry before anyone else has it up. Behind her there we see Claudia Gluck unable to get her hands around it. That's a much more challenging way to hold the sandbag and very taxing on the grip, which could have a negative effect on that. Definitely, and Claudia Gluck's put the sandbag down, which is what you don't want to see. So is Amy Kringle, and so has Taylor Howe. So while Solberg is smaller, because she got in a better position, she was actually able to capitalize on the part of this workout that should have been most challenging for her.
Andrea Solberg in lane 5, already advancing onto her second set of 25 as she gets to 50, and then she'll advance for her final set of 25 double unders before she is finished. Joining her now on the jump rope in lane 6, that is Claudia Gluck.
And so, as expected, the gymnasts were able to distinguish themselves a little bit there at the back of the workout, and they're up here leading 1 and 2. We actually have a little bit of an update here. So as you notice, lane 10 is empty, but instead of having a middle lane empty, they've just shifted everyone over. Taylor Howe, who's supposed to be in lane 7 from this competition, has chosen to withdraw. So actually in lane 7, that's Ella Wunger, who's currently in 3rd in this.
Andrea Solberg finished with a time unofficially of 4:46. She will be the winner of your heat. Still have several other women on the floor.
And Solberg had moved up the leaderboard by 2 spots coming into this one. Another good workout for her here. So setting up for a good day for Andrea Solberg potentially.
Lane 6, Claudia Gluck. She comes in unofficially about 5:23.
Tight time cap here, 7 minutes. Hopefully most of these women can get in. Almost all of them are on this last set of double unders, and we are seeing a little bit more of that grip fatigue coming into play. Women taking some breaks here that they didn't need on the way out.
Amy Kringle just finished in lane 4. Looks like next up will be over in lane 8. That is Saya Kaya working on her set of double unders, but in lane 7, Ella Vunga, she's now wrapped up. 3 women left on the floor. Saya Kaya in lane 8 just finished. Last 2 remaining on the floor in lane 3. That is Aoife Burke. And in lane 9, now crossing the finish line, Valentina Magalotti.
6 women across. Aoife Burke in lane 3 working on her middle set of 25 heavy jump rope double unders. Maria Langfors in lane 1 joining her now, and in the back of the pack, Valentina Rangel working on the sandbag carry. 30 seconds to the time cap. 25 reps to go for Aoife Burke. Oh no, she was on the last set. She was able to get in.
Aoife Burke's crossing the line.
Langfors working away on the double unders. She's in the first set of 25. She's trying to get as many reps in as she can in the last 15 seconds.
Time cap sitting at 7 minutes, so we're 5 seconds away. Langford's trying to pound out as many double unders as she can in lane 1. We have officially reached the time cap. Valentina Rangel in lane 2 looked like she hit the cap. She was still stuck on her sandbag carries over there at the top of her lane. But what did you see? What did you learn from watching this workout?
It was kind of as expected. I believe I misspoke earlier. Solberg actually had moved back 2 spots after the last workout, so a great bounce back workout here. That time of 4:46 is going to be competitive against the final heat. Andrea Solberg, Claudia Gluck, 2 of the best chest-to-bar pull-ups athletes in Europe, capitalizing on that for a 1-2 finish in the heat 1 for the women of this one.
All right, our schedule is going to be a little bit different here after this heat because, again, we've got some prayer time coming up again. This is a national holiday, but also prayer time just here in the country of Dubai. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back roughly in about 10 minutes or so. So that's going to do it for this heat. We will see you for the second heat of event 6 coming up in just a few moments. I am Derek Forrest. He is Brian Friend. We'll be back here at the Dubai Fitness Championship.
athletes hit the floor now in heat number 2 with the female athlete. You can see the workout, 7 minutes time cap, 75. Length again, and also finishing with 75 double unders. The time cap is 7 minutes. All athletes behind the line. All athletes behind the line. 30 seconds.
Welcome back into the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships here at the Coca-Cola Arena here in Dubai. The women Heat 2 getting set for Event 6, heavy-handed. And we've got a little bit of a chipper here. Just your thoughts on the workout and what you've seen so far, Brian.
Yeah, down and back chippers, 75 heavy double unders, carry the sandbag, 50 chest to bar, sandbag carry, 75 double unders to finish it out. And it's that middle part of the period, 50 chest to bars, where both Andrea Sober and Claudia Gluck were able to separate themselves from the pack. We'll see if a couple of the better gymnasts in this heat are going to be able to do the same.
Your lane assignments for this heat: lane 1, Freya Moosberger; lane 2, Lena Richter; lane 3, Manon Agonise; lane 4, Dana Perrin; lane 5, Matilda Garns; Emily Rolfe in lane 6, Oyana Moya in lane 7, Hannah Carlson in lane 8, Jamie Simmons in 9, and Karen Frey in lane 10.
Yeah, and a couple of the athletes who are good at the gymnastics portion of this workout that I'll be looking to capitalize on are Jamie Simmons and Matilda Garns. We've seen Jamie creeping in on Karen Frey, who's still the overall leader in this event, and I think this is once again a workout that Jamie can do very well on.
Women working on their 75 double unders in lanes 1 and 10. The first one's off. Freya Moosberger in lane 1, Karen Frey in lane 10 were the first two to get to their sandbags with a host of other women.
There's Freya Moosberger, and unable to get her hands all the way around the sandbag with that technique. We saw Andrea Solberg capitalize on that, where some of the other women had to drop it. On the way out, maybe not so big of a deal, but if she has that same grip on the way back, after a little bit more fatigue with the chest to bars, we'll see if she's able to do the same thing. Way down in lane 9 is Jamie Simmons, who we expect to do well on this first one up on the bar. Let's see if she goes for a big set like Solberg and Gluck did in the earlier heat.
Jamie Simmons, the first one up on the rig for her chest to bar pull-ups, along with Karen Frey right next to her in lane 10.
If you're looking at the wide shot there in lane 3, Manon Agonise is currently not competing. She went to do her first jump rope and the handle broke. They're going to allow her to do the workout, but I think she's going to have to wait here. So she's talking to the head judge. They'll make sure she gets an opportunity to do it. She's not injured or anything like that. It was an equipment malfunction. That's why there's an empty lane right now.
The women are all working on their 50 chest to bar pull-ups, and then they'll make their way back down the floor, getting back on the 90-foot sandbag carries, and again, the 75 heavy rope double unders.
During the break between heats, we were able to check in with the medical team. Kayla Howe hasn't, in fact, withdrawn from the competition, dealing with a little bit of tendonitis in one of her arms, so hopefully she's all right, but that's why we didn't see her in the previous heat.
First person off of the rig in lane 6 is Emily Rolfe. She is now getting on the sandbag carries along with Matilda Garns in lane 5.
Yeah, Matilda Garns, no surprises there. We talked about how her upper body pulling strength is great yesterday. Emily Rolfe, though, just a very seasoned and competitive, consistent competitor. She's been around for a long time. 3 CrossFit Games appearances, 3 Dubai Fitness Championship appearances. Step for step with Garns, and 3rd place in the heat off on the right is Jamie Simmons, but she's not able to get the secure grip that Rolfe and Garns are, and she's forced to drop the bag, allowing Rolfe and Garns to pull even further ahead.
Emily Rolfe and Matilda Garns now working their way back to their rope. Also getting to the sandbag in lane 10 is Karen Frey. She is sitting in 4th place in the heat.
Emily Rolfe came into the day in 5th place. She finished the last workout in 5th place, and she stayed in 5th place. If she's able to get an event win here, you're going to see her move up the leaderboard. Claudia Gluck got the win for the women in the previous heat and moved up 4 spots. Nina Richter was second and moved up 2 spots. So it would be big for Emily Rolfe if she's able to hold on and take the win in event number 6.
Matilda Garnes tripped up on the rope, so that allowed Emily Rolfe to pull away just a little bit. So Emily Rolfe advances first. Matilda Garnes now in that second level of double unders before they get to the final 25.
And Jamie Simmons struggling quite a bit with that sandbag in the back. Karen Frey on the far side of the floor, your overall leader entering this event, currently sitting in 3rd place in the heat. But that time from heat number 1 is approaching. 4:46 was the time that Andrea Solberg put up. 12 seconds or so to get to that. So good.
Race to the finish line, and it looks like it is Matilda Garnes who barely beats out Emily Rolfe to take the victory here in the heat, and would be the victory in the event as well. The time to beat was 4:47 by Andrea Solberg.
So Garnes 1, Rolfe 2, still a great finish for Emily Rolfe. Should help her out overall. Claudia Gluck will take 3rd in the event. Karen Frey, getting ready to finish up in lane 10, will take 3rd in the heat. 5 other women in this heat working on the heavy double unders. In the foreground, in lane number 1, Freya Moosbrugger. Next to her in the black, Lena Richter. On the far side of the lane, a trio of women working from left to right. Oyana Moya, Hannah Carlson, and Jamie Simmons, who's faded a little bit after getting off to a great start through the first 2 parts of this 5-part chipper.
Over in lane 1, Freya Moosbrugger comes in. She will now finish in lane 7. It looks like Oriana Moya may be the next athlete, assuming she doesn't trip up on the rope, to finish. Her judge's hand goes up, as well as Jamie Simmons in lane 9. Foot race there, not sure who beat it out. Looked like Oyana Moya, though.
I think Oyana Moya might have got her. Lena Richter coming in just behind the pair of them, and we talked about Oyana Moya being in a podium position entering this event, with Garnes and Rolfe taking 1 and 2 and being 6th and 5th respectively. Maybe a very critical 5 points for Moya as she tries to fend off those hard chargers who did great on this workout.
Got Hannah Carlson in lane 8, still working on her double unders. We have 2 women still left on the field of play. It's Dana Perron in lane 4, who was working on her sandbag carries. She's got about 40 seconds left before her time cap. And I may have misspoke. If Manon Agonise gets a chance to do this workout, we don't necessarily have a event winner yet if she gets an opportunity to do this as well.
Very true, and if that is the case, obviously Magnon have an advantage of knowing the time to beat, but potentially a disadvantage of not competing against any athletes on the floor. We'll have to see how the competition chooses to handle that. In the meantime, Dana Pran out there, she has made it to the jump rope, and this has not been an issue for her. She was great on these going out. Figuring out that sandbag was a little bit difficult. She had to take a bunch of breaks. Great effort here to finish it out, but she's an athlete who's coming up. First time we're seeing her big competition. She'll make note of that, and I guarantee she'll go back to work and figure the sandbag unlikely to bother her in the future like this.
So I'll be curious to see how they handle the situation with Manon Agonise. Again, we saw at the beginning having equipment failure with her jump rope, and obviously talked to the judges. So not quite sure how they're going to handle that.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that they're going to send her into the empty lane of Heat 1 for the men. Obviously, we have a lane open because Simon Montilla was unable to participate yesterday. And so maybe they'll just take advantage of that lane, and that disadvantage I talked about, it going on your own, won't exist, as she'll just have to do it against the boys.
All right, again, I am Derek Forrest. He is Brian Friend. We just watched Heat 2 of Event 6, heavy-handed. We're going to see the men go up in a few minutes, and again, we'll watch the Manon Agonise situation. So that's going to do it for now here at the Coca-Cola Arena, but we will see you guys in just a few minutes. Welcome back into the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships here inside the Coca-Cola Arena. The men getting set to do event 6 heavy-handed, but we're also going to be accompanied, it looks like, by Manon Agonese. They've got the women's sandbag out on the floor out in lane 10. This is going to be a little unique to have Manon go with the men here, even though it's a completely different race.
I mean, she's doing the same thing. They both have 75 double unders. They both have to carry the sandbag, even though it's a different weight. It is a good opportunity to see how much bigger that men's sandbag is than the women's, though. They both have 50 chest bar pull-ups. I thought Manon handled this situation really well.
So we've got Manon Agonese going to be coming out of lane 10. The rest of your lane assignments for the men: Nikina Yundorf, lane 1. Mikhail Wozolewski in lane 2, Yorgos Karavis in lane 3, Victor Hofer in lane 4, Javi Gonzalez in lane 5, Damian Martinez Torres in lane 6, Reggie Fossa in 7, Luka Vunyak in 8, Vladimir Sechin in 9. And again, Manon Agonese looking to take down the time of 4:44 unofficially from Matilda Garns that we saw in Heat 2 of the women.
Yeah, and she'll have to go against the guys here. They're doing the same thing. You know, everyone has 75 heavy double unders on both sides, 50 chest bars in the minute. In the middle, she has a lighter sandbag, and when you see the floor, you can see just how much bigger that 200-pound sandbag is for the men. I don't think too much of a disadvantage for Manon. It would have been tough to go on your own, but you just got to stick to the plan that you had as if you're going against the women. Get this work done in as little time as you can and see where you land.
The weight for the men, 200 pounds, 91 kilos. And obviously, if you're watching Manon, she's working on 150 pounds, 68 kilos.
And I'm going to have my eye on Victor Hofer here in lane number 4. He made a move one spot up on the leaderboard after event number 5, and we know that the proficiency on the chest bar pull-ups is an opportunity to make a move relative to the field. Victor, having a gymnastics background, should be set up well for that portion of the event.
Everyone's going to advance every 25 set of double unders until they reach 75 before they move on to those sandbag carries.
And Luka Vunyak in lane number 8 is a guy who we saw also make a big move earlier today. He was very aggressive in the early rounds of the interval style workout. And even though it's not too much of a lead, he is establishing a couple rep advantage here early in this one as well.
First one off of the rope, lane 3, Yorgos Karavis moving on to his sandbag carries. And he was off way faster than everybody else in the field.
Wow, yeah, Yorgos incredible with the jump rope and wasted no time getting it up. We talked about with the women that if you could interlock your fingers, it would be an advantage. If you can't do it, you'll probably be all right on the way out. But if you can't figure out the way to do it on the way back after the pull-ups, that's where we've seen some women have some problems. We'll see if that translates to the men on the back half of this one.
You see Manon Agonese on your screen. She is in this heat because she had an equipment failure in the previous women's heat, so she will get a chance to race here with the men. Her time to beat for the women, 4:44 unofficially from Matilda Garns.
Yeah, and I thought Manon handled that situation really well. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it when your equipment malfunctions. She didn't panic or complain. She got the attention of the head judge, allowed them to make a decision, which I think was a good one here, and she'll get to work alongside 9 of the men.
The men now working on, the men and the women now working on 50 chest-to-bar pull-ups, and then they'll make their way back down the floor.
Yorgos with the advantage, getting to the pull-up bar. Very, very good in gymnastics movements in general. We saw him take advantage of that with the high-volume toes to bar yesterday. Let's see if he can maintain that lead, working through the middle set of this down and back chipper.
Yorgos Karavis was the first one to get to the chest-to-bar pull-ups. We still don't see a hand up for anybody on the rig. Actually, Yorgos is now off of the pull-up bar and now working his way back with the 90-foot sandbag carry.
And just looking at the time on the clock, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and he's past the halfway mark. However, that grip fatigue starting to set in. The nature of that heavy jump rope is that it taxes the grip, and his sandbag hold is not very secure. I wouldn't be surprised if he drops it again before he finishes the last lane.
Yeah, went unbroken in that first set of sandbag carries, but dropping it every 30 feet now.
And I mean, look, it's not that he's doing poorly by any stretch of the imagination. He's got a 2-length lead on the sandbags over the rest of the field. Luka Vuniak in the gray on the far right is 2 lengths behind him. Those are the only 2 men who've accomplished any work with the sandbag to this point. But we saw the top women's time is 4:42, and it looks like Yorgos Karavis has ideas of obliterating that.
Yorgos Karavis now on his set of the first set of 25 heavy rope double unders. None of the other men nowhere near getting back to the rope at this point.
No, Luka Vuniak, 2 out of 3 lengths on the carry done. But Mikhail Wazalowski out of Poland, capitalizing on an amazing grip on his sandbag in lane 2. And he's going to be the second man alongside lane number 4, Victor Hofer, joining Karavis on the last 75 double unders.
You've got a couple other men joining the race. Reggie Fossa in lane 7. And Luka Vuniak in lane, Vladimir Session in lane 9.
Yeah, Manon Angonis, lane 10, also hanging with the boys here, so she's likely going to put up a time that will end up being competitive against the women's field. We're just past the 4-minute mark. We saw Yorgos Karavis take about a minute on those double unders. If Magnon's able to do something similar, she's probably going to have a 5th to 8th place finish amongst the women.
The women, the time to beat for Agonis is 4:44, unofficially from Matilda Garns. We're now about 14 seconds away from that time.
Yeah, and Yorgos Karavis right around the 4:10, 4:11 mark, and he's going to have a substantial lead over the rest of this heat. And if you guys looking at the second heat, looking at that, are going to know, okay, Yorgos' time is very good. But this second time, Mikhail Wazalowski, 4:48, is still going to be a good benchmark for most of the men to try to beat.
Got a couple other men on the field working on their final set in lane 7. Reggie Fossa, he now crosses the finish line as well. He will finish 3rd in this heat. Victor Hofer has a hand up in the air in lane 4, the same as Javi Gonzalez. It is Hofer, Gonzalez, and then Vladimir Sechin in lane 9. They finished up.
Manon Angonis crossing at the same time as Victor Hofer. They're taking exactly 1 minute on the double unders as we expected. A very clean run for her, about 5 minutes and 10 seconds. I think that will be good enough for at least a top 10 finish amongst the women.
2 men left on the floor. Nikita Yundov just finished in lane 1, so that leaves Damian Martinez Satura's in lane 6 and Luka Vuniak in lane 8 working on their double unders.
And Vuniak got off to that hot start going out. Wasn't quite able to capitalize on the way back. Chipping away on the last 50 here. Try to finish underneath the 7-minute time cap.
Can I take a moment before we finish this heat? It's got to be history in the making to see, other than those starts during the run or run swim where you see the men and the women compete on the same floor. Probably the first time inside an arena we've seen this.
I'm trying to think back. I usually have a good memory for that kind of thing, but if it has happened before, it's not very often. Like I said, and I've really been impressed with the athletes all weekend long in this regard. They are rolling with the punches very well. Had a few changes to workouts, but the athletes have not let that upset them. Magnon doing the same thing today, making the most of it, and a pretty good run there, I'd say, for her.
Luka Vuniak is in, leaving Damian Martinez Satura's in lane 6, the last man. This is, again, a 7-minute cap, so he's got about 13 seconds to finish up his double unders before he gets time capped.
Very few men taking any breaks on the way out, but like we said, this set of double unders on the way back, whether it looks easy or not, is a lot more challenging than the first 75.
And he's able to get in before the time cap, so that'll do it for Heat 1. But it is Yorgos Karavis who wins the heat substantially with a time of 4:11 to beat for Heat 2, but clearly the fastest we saw here in Heat 1.
Yeah, nearly 40 seconds faster than the rest of the men in that heat. And like I said, that time is likely going to be a difficult one to chase down. The 4:48 mark, much more likely to see some times around there.
All right, so that's going to do it for the first heat of heavy-handed for the men. We will be back with heat number 2 shortly. Again, Derek Forrest, Brian Friend on the broadcast. Just the 2 more events to go after we finish up this event, but the races are starting to get pretty exciting.
Yeah, we saw a lot of movement on the leaderboard, people moving up or down 2 to 3 places, and we talked about it, especially for the men. It's very tight, so if you're able to string back-to-back good workouts together leading into the final and build on that momentum, there's still plenty of opportunity for movement on the leaderboard.
All right, you're watching the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships. We'll be back in just a few minutes for heat number 2. Welcome back into the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championship. Derek Forrest, Brian Friend here in the Coca-Cola Arena. We've been watching heavy-handed. We saw Heat 1 with the men. We've got Heat 2 coming up. Your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
Yeah, absolutely amazing performance by Yorgos Karavis in Heat 1, setting a very aggressive time to beat about 4 minutes, 11 seconds, 37 seconds faster than anyone else in that heat. Yorgos has a reputation of Europe of being really good on certain workouts. Add that one to the list for him. However, he wasn't able to do the sandbag carry unbroken on the way down, so maybe a little bit of a window for someone to chase that time down here in the final heat.
Here are your heat assignments. Well, let's take a look at your event 6, heavy-handed again, 7-minute time cap. You're doing a 75 heavy rope double unders, 90-foot sandbag carry. That is 200 pounds. We can convert that into 91 kilos, 50 chest to bar, and then they'll make their way back down the floor.
Yeah, and Yorgos was great on the jump rope and the sandbag carry, but as we've seen, the ability to get through those chest to bar pull-ups in minimal sets is the make or breaking point in this workout.
Here is your lane assignments. It's Jonakowski in lane 1, Fabian Benito in lane 2, Alex Katulis in lane 3, Brent Fikowski in 4, Moritz Fiebig in 5, Annual Akai in 6, Guillaume Briant in 7, Luka Jukic in 8, and his brother Lazar Jukic sitting in lane 9.
And we've condensed the lane here for the men as we did with the women, as we talked about during event 5. Con Porter dealing with a little bit of an elbow after the clean event yesterday, and it just wasn't clearing up for him. That negative part of the eccentric bothered him on the thruster. We have another workout with some shoulder overhead earlier, and he just doesn't want to risk it. So he's going to step aside. We got 9 men in this heat as they take on event number 6.
So Yorgos Karavis absolutely fly here on the double unders and get to the sandbags and the rig well before anybody else. We just saw Fabian Benito, thought he was done, tripped up on the rope, had to come back.
Yeah, he tried to leave one rep early. That cost him a few seconds for sure. He's still in the lead, but a mistake that you really, don't love to make in a workout as fast as this. Just looking at them make their sandbag carries here, that's Jonakoski in the foreground. We know that he's going to be good on these chest-to-bar pull-ups, and despite not being the tallest athlete, he's found a way to secure that grip on the sandbag. That should bode well for him on the return trip.
Fabian Benito, the first to get to the rig and start his 50 chest-to-bars. Same with Jonakoski right next to him in lane 1. You see them on your screen. Jonakoski on the left, Fabian Benito on the right.
Yeah, and a big pile up of men getting there. Pretty much all of the men, lanes 4 through 8, arriving at the same time to the pull-up bar, and this is where we're going to start to see some separation. Whether you do this in 2, 3, or 4 sets, the athletes that are able to pull ahead on the chest-to-bar will likely maintain that lead on the way back down.
All the men with big sets here. I believe Guillaume Briand was the first one to come down, but our two leaders, I don't think Jonakoski or Fabian Benito have come off the rig yet.
Yeah, all the athletes moving very well here. Like I said, 50 chest-to-bars, no foreign rep range for them with this movement. All of them should be able to manage it in about 3 sets, I would think. But Fabian Benito, who despite that mistake was leading after the double unders, maintaining the lead here. And Fabian's making a bit of a move up the leaderboard. He won the opening event of the day, moving up 2 spots into 5th. He's able to hold on to this lead and have another top finish. He's going to be in that conversation for the podium with 2 events to go.
Fabian Benito went unbroken in his chest-to-bar pull-ups. Jonakoski had to break briefly for his one final pull-up.
And pretty surprising there, I don't know if you saw it in the background, Jonakoski, instead of putting the sandbag down, went into his squat and just rested there for about 10 seconds before continuing. He is in second place in the heat, but a little bit of an unconventional choice for Jonakoski right there.
Certainly. Fabian Benito back onto the rope. He gets to the rope first, followed by Jonakoski, now being joined in lanes 4 and 5. That is Brent Fikowski and Moritz Fiebig, and now over in lane 6, Anil Akai.
Anil Akai just won't go away. He was actually at the jump rope a little bit before Fiebig and Fikowski, but either way, he's in the top 5 here. We said that time of 4:10 would be tough to chase down. We know these double unders take about a minute, and many of these athletes are going to be flirting with that time. In fact, Anil Akai continuing to press event after event.
Out of those 3, Fikowski, Fiebig, and Akai, the first one to get to the second set of double unders. It looks like Jorgis Karavitz is on his final set of 25. Fabian Benito in his final set of 25 looks to come across the finish line first.
And Brent Fikowski moving up into second place in the heat, and if you're watching him doing these heavy double unders, he's got a much tighter grip and seems more practiced with this than some of the others. In the meantime, Fabian Benito racking up back-to-back event wins, able to beat Jorgos Karavitz. Fikowski's going to be within a second of that time for a top 3 finish in this one.
It's close, and then Anil Akai comes in third in this heat, able to come across the finish line as well, followed by Moritz Fiebig, who now crosses the finish line.
That'll put Anil 4th overall, Fiebig 5th overall. 4:48 is the next time from the previous heat. So Brkoski, Katulis, and Luka Jukic, if they can get underneath that 4:48, they'll still secure a top 8 finish in this workout. Katulis able to get it done. Jonakoski's going to be right behind him. And in lane 8, Luka Jukic also going to beat the 4:48 mark. So 7 of the 9 men in this heat able to beat the second best time from heat number 1.
2 men left in the field. Lane 7, that is Guillaume Briand. And over in lane 9 is Lazar Jukic. Guillaume Briand now finishing up with his double unders. He'll get across the finish line. That leaves Lazar Jukic left for his final couple of sets of double unders.
Yeah, and Guillaume Briand, great upper body pulling strength. Maybe struggle a little bit with the sandbag. For Lazar Jukic, I mean, he was one of the men that most people were looking at as a threat to win this competition. I think that whatever happened to him during the Burj Khalifa Challenge on Friday has just left him a little bit not feeling like himself. There's nothing about this workout that would typically be difficult for him, but watching him move the sandbag, watching him on the rest periods on the chest of our pull-ups, I don't think we're quite seeing the optimal version of Lazar Jukic. It's a bit unfortunate. We also had that Rogue, and we know he's got the capacity to be in the top 10 at the games the past few years, so we just hope that he's all right.
Yeah, we've certainly seen the effects that first event took on him as well at the top of the Burj Khalifa, but what we want to do, obviously, Fabian Benito, he wins this event over Jorgis Karavis. The time to beat was 4:11. He beat it by about 10 seconds. But what we want to do is we want to take a look at the men's leaderboard before this event happened. Obviously, there was a lot of change that's happened throughout the course of the day. If we can take a look at the men's leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely. And Brent Fikowski came in today with the lead. He retains that lead by 10 points. We just saw him have a top 3 finish. We're not sure if he was second or third between Jorgis Karavis from the previous heat. Even though Anil Akai and Moritz Vibik had good finishes, even though Fabian Benito won that, if Brent Fikowski continues to have top 3 finish, it's going to be very difficult for any of these guys to pick him off.
Yeah, you look at the finish, though, from Fabian Benito and Anil Akai, though, here. It's going to keep them in range to get on the podium, which has been outstanding for those two.
Definitely, and looking down the board, Mikhail Wesolowski with his best event finish yet should be about a 10th place finish there. He's down in 18th, but we see, Vladimir Session only 5 points ahead of him, so great event for Mikhail as well.
It's going to be an exciting race for both the men and the women. We've got 2 more events coming up. Of course, we will continue with the women coming back on the floor. Again, I am Derek Forrest, Brian Friend. 2 more events. How excited are you to see how this pans out?
Oh man, I mean, we heard Matt Fraser talk about it. The longest event of the day was the first one, and the shortest event of the day is coming up. It's called Barbell Furious, and there's a lot to fight for, so the excitement is extremely high.
All right, well, the competition will continue here at the Coca-Cola Arena for the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships. Event 7 coming up in just a few moments. We will be back with you shortly. Welcome back into the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships inside the Coca-Cola Arena. I am Derek Forrest. He is Brian Friend. We're getting set for our final two events. This one's going to be a fast one, and it's called Barbell Curious for a reason. We're going to see a lot of barbell in a 3-minute time cap.
Yeah, we've had 2 events so far, interval style workout, down and back chipper. This is, I guess, another chipper, all of the weightlifting variety. And we've seen some of the gymnasts excel early on these first 2 workouts. Now they have to answer the question with a moderately heavy barbell.
All right, we are going to see in a 3-minute time cap 10 cleans at 70 kilo. It's 154 pounds, followed by 10 front squats and 10 shoulder to overhead. But this is going to be a really fast workout.
Yeah, 100 kilos for the men, 70 kilos for the women. Not a weight that they'll be unfamiliar to moving, but 10, 10, 10, 3 different movements. And in my opinion, those shoulder to over at head at the last part of this workout are going to be where this workout is won and lost.
Seen some change in the leaderboard for the women. Karen Frey atop the leaderboard. Jamie Simmons second, and Emily Rolfe now moves up. She started the day in 5th, now sitting in podium position in 3rd.
Yeah, Karen and Jamie holding tough in 1 and 2. Emily Rolfe on the back of a 5th place finish in event number 5 and an event win in event number 6, jumps up into the 3rd position, only 5 places ahead of Oyana Moya, a woman we've been talking about throughout the weekend, who's trying to establish herself in this field of predominantly European women.
For these women, when you look at the workout, who are you looking at?
Well, this was the one workout this weekend that I thought Karen Frey would have a big advantage on. We saw her win the 1-rep max clean yesterday. We know how strong she is. She's already in 1st place, and I think that this is a good opportunity for her to kind of solidify that position a little bit more heading into the final.
All right, your lane assignment, you're going to see Maria Langsford in lane 2, Aoife Burke in 3, Amy Kringle in 4, Andrea Solberg in 5, Claudia Cluck in 6, Ella Vunger in lane 7, Sayer Kaya in lane 8, and Valentina Magalotti in lane 9.
Yeah, we unfortunately had another woman drop out here. Valentina Rangel had to withdraw due to medical reasons. She's being checked out in the back. And Claudia Gluck, though, in lane number 6 is making a charge today. She was in 12th to start the day. She moved up to 9th and then to 7th on the back of a win and in a 6th place finish. We know that she can do the body weight stuff, the barbell cycling with the lighter weight, not with the heavy barbell. A different kind of challenge for her if she wants to continue that forward momentum.
See all the ladies going singles, no touch and go. It's a little heavy, a little bit of a heavier weight for the women here.
Yeah, I did this workout with a weight very similar to what the women are doing, and there just didn't really need to be any need for the touch and go reps on the cleans. They're going to want to set up for probably an unbroken set of front squats and then getting the shoulder to overhead done in as few sets as possible.
Aoife Burke is the first one to get to the front squat. She already has her hand up from her judge. A couple of other hands up as well. We've got in lane 5 Andrea Solberg and in lane 7 Ella Vunger.
And a little bit of a strategy maybe being employed by Aoife here in lane number 3. She waited on the last front squat cleaned it, and now she's going to start attacking the shoulder to overhead. And this is where women are going to have to make the decision. How many of these reps can I do or should I attempt to do in one set? You want to get them done as quickly as possible, but you don't want to get to the point where you start missing reps unnecessarily.
First 2 women to get to the overhead, shoulder to overhead here. Aoife Burke in lane 3, Ella Vunger in lane 7. Other women obviously working on their shoulder to overheads as well. Lane 6, Claudia Gluck as well. And in lane 2, Maria Langsford.
Yeah, we saw Claudia almost miss that re-rack position there. She's going to try to fight here. I mean, if you can get through them in one set, that's great. But the first 2 women there, Burke and Vunger, did take a break. And Claudia Gluck struggling again there with the rep. Valentina Magalotti in the foreground there in the green pants.
Got hand up in the air, though, from Maria Langsford. She just dropped her barbell, so that opens up the door for Ella Vunger in lane 7. She will finish up with a time of 2:11 unofficially.
Ella Vunger, first one across. Claudia Gluck, a great finish there, 2:18. We talked about her being a gymnastics background. Pretty good finish, second in her heat with nothing but a barbell on the floor.
Lane 3, Aoife Burke struggling a little bit with the shoulder overhead, just had to drop her barbell. She's got one more rep remaining in lane 3.
And we see Aoife Burke struggling a little bit with the shoulder to overhead. And like I said, you can be fast on the cleans, you can be fast on the front squats, but if you don't get the shoulder to overhead in 2 sets, you're going to get passed by. Still able to finish 3rd in the heat, but definitely gave away some submissions and some ties on those last 10 reps.
Looks like in lane number 8 we have one rep remaining for Sayakaya. She will come across over in lane 2, followed up by Maria Longsford. We've got 3 more women left on the competition floor. In lane 4, Amy Kringle. In lane 5, Andrea Solberg. Kringle's now going to get across. And we have in lane 9, Valentina Magalati, excuse me. Solberg's now going to cross. Remaining is Magalati. She's got 2 more reps remaining for her shoulder to overhead. Time cap is 4 minutes. She's going to be able to get in before the time cap. She'll come across roughly at 3:44 unofficially, as that will complete heat 1.
Yeah, barbell furious, and it surely is that. Shortest workout of the weekend, minus the 1 rep max lift, of course. And we saw a great performance there from Ella Wunger, setting the time to beat 2:11. Very impressive.
Yeah, she comes in at 2:11. We've now seen it. What's your strategy or keys to success for heat number 2?
Yeah, the keys to success is the final 10 reps for me. You don't need to be fastest on the cleans. Have a smooth run through the front squats, but if you're able to do those shoulder overhead in one set, you will place well on this one.
All right, we will be back shortly for heat number 2 of the women. Again, they are taking on Barbell Curious. The time to beat will be from Ella Wunger at 2:11. Welcome back into the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships. I'm Derek Forrest alongside Brian Friend, getting set for heat number 2 of Barbell Curious. Again, 10 cleans, 10 front squats, 10 shoulder overhead for these women, but it's going to be fast. What do you like about this competition, about this event here?
Yeah, 2 to 3 minute time domain. I love seeing one workout like this over the course of the weekend. And you got to be strong, but you got to be smart. There's no need to do touch and go on the cleans. You want to set yourself up for an unbroken set of shoulder overhead. If you can do that, you're going to excel on this one.
Here are the women, lane 1, Lena Richter, Dana Perrin in lane 2, Emily Roth lane 3, Hannah Carson in 4, Karen Frey in 5, Jamie Simmons in 6, Oriana Moya in 7, Matilda Garns in 8, Magnon Agonise in 9, and Freya Moosberger in lane 10.
2:11, the time to beat by Ella Wunger in the opening round. We also had 2:18. Those are the times these women are going to be looking to chase down. And we have some strong women in this field. Your overall leader coming in is Karen Frey. She was the winner of the 1-rep max clean. But don't sleep on Dana Perrin with her Olympic weightlifting background, and Hannah Carlson, who's pretty much shown herself to be good in all domains so far this weekend. Also one of the stronger women out here.
We didn't see any women in the first heat go touch and go. We saw the majority of them touch and go in this one.
Yeah, and it's a different caliber of athlete in general across this heat, but I still want to see how that plays itself out once they get to the shoulder to overhead.
Hannah Carson in lane 4 was the first to get to the front squat. She's already got a hand up from her judge, also in other lanes as well. Karen Frey, though, already on her shoulder to overhead, so she is your current leader, and she's your current leader by a lot right now. She's at least got 4 reps, 5 reps now, as in lane 10, Freya Moosberger is now on her shoulder to overhead, and over in lane 2, Dana Perrin as well.
Yeah, lane 2 and lane is doing well, but lane 5, Karen Frey got to the shoulder to overhead with about 50 seconds. This is insane. A minute and 23 on this workout. I told you I thought she'd do well on this, but by no means did I think we'd see about a minute and 20 seconds. Dana Perrin capitalizing on that weightlifting background as we thought. Second place in the heat, second place on the event. Great finish for her after a tough finish on the previous workout.
Yeah, Ella Wunger in the first heat had a time of 2:11. Several athletes could still potentially get in under her time. Multiple females working on the shoulder to overhead. We've got one more rep remaining in lane 7. That's Oriana Moyer, but she just failed that?
I think she failed her last rep, and that's the line you have to walk. But look at lane 4. Hannah Carlson, as we talked about, very strong. Lane 10, Freya Moosberger in. Lane 9, Magnon Agonise in. And that 1 rep costs Ohana Moya quite a bit of points on this workout. She gets another no rep as Matilda Garns crosses the line in lane 8.
Got 3 ladies left on the field to play. Lane 1, Lena Richter. Lane 3, Emily Roth will now cross the finish line. In lane 6, Jamie Simmons still out there, and crossing the finish line now, Oriana Moyer. Here comes Jamie Simmons in lane 6. She finishes up at 2:37 unofficially. Last woman left on the field to play, Lena Richter in lane 1.
And for Karen Frey, this is amazing. The women in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th all struggled there. She's going to extend her lead for everybody else. This is good news. The leaderboard is going to tighten up a lot heading into the final event.
Lena Richter has 2 reps remaining in lane 1. Again, the time cap is 3 minutes.
And Lena Richter hasn't been able to do a ton of weightlifting in her training. She's been really good on some things this weekend. Managed this one just fine, able to get that last rep done and get across the line.
So that'll do it. It will be Karen Frey who comes in almost 1 minute ahead of Ella Wunger, a time of 1:22 unofficially for Karen Frey. Again, coming into this event, the leader, so she will remain on top of the podium with 1 event remaining for the women here in Dubai.
Yeah, and can't stress enough how impressive that was. She got through 10 cleans and 10 front squats in about 50 seconds. Didn't waste much time on the shoulder to overhead either. And that time of 1:22 is somewhat mind-blowing.
Yeah, so now seeing what the women have done, we're going to see the men take this one on. Obviously, this is an exciting event to watch. But who are the guys that you're going to be looking out for in the next event?
Well, there's a ton of guys that can move this barbell well, but after what Fabian Benito's done to start this day, knowing that he won the 1-rep max clean event just like Karen Frey had done yesterday, he's the guy that I'm watching because he's surging.
All right, well, it's going to be certainly an exciting one. Barbell Curious, the men getting set to take that on in just a few minutes. So we will be back right here at the Coca-Cola Arena in just a few minutes. Welcome back into the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships inside the Coca-Cola Arena. I'm Derek Forrest, Brian Friend. The men getting set to take on Event 7 Barbell Curious. 3-minute cap. It's going to be fast. What do you like out of this event?
Yeah, I like that there's not a lot of margin for error, small time cap, but you still have to be somewhat intelligent in your approach. We saw some really, really fast times from Karen Frey and Dana Perron. We also saw Oyana Moya blitz through the first 20 reps and get held up on the last 1 or 2 reps of the shoulder overhead. The nature of this workout is that can happen if you're not careful, and if that happens to you, you'll see 1, 2, maybe as many as 4 or 5 athletes pass you by and a lot of points slip out of your hands.
We've got an update on the men's leaderboard, and we certainly have a race, especially for second and third, to get atop the podium with the men. Brent Fikowski is still holding on to first place, but even that race is pretty close as well.
Oh yeah, Brent Fikowski is steady as always. Fabian Benito, 2 event wins to start the day, and he is climbing fast. Another great event for him on tap here. Incredible with the barbell. We've spoken about Aniola Kai. He continues to impress workout after workout. On the second half of the leaderboard, it's been Reggie Fossa and Yorgos Karavis making moves today. Again, two men who I expect to handle the barbell very well, and with only one event to go, they're going to reseed for the top 10. Fossa and Karavis will be looking to make a move and see if they can punch a ticket into that final heat for the final event.
Yeah, Fabian Benito, you mentioned moving up rapidly today, came into the day 7th, now sitting in 2nd with a podium position with 2 more events remaining. But again, the men on the floor getting set to take on Barbell Curious. We just saw the women take on event 7. It is 10 cleans, 10 front squats, and 10 shoulder to overheads. For the men, that is 100 kilo and 220 pounds.
Yeah, and then a weight again that these athletes will have practiced these movements with this weight many times, but in the competition setting, it's just a little bit different. Everyone's doing the reps in place here, and you can kind of see the guys on your left, on your right. Don't get sucked into the trap in the first 20. Go with your plan, set yourself up for those last 10. That's your ticket as an individual to securing the best possible time for you on this workout.
In lane 1, we're going to see Nikita Yundov. Lane 2, Mikhail Wozalewski. Lane 3, Yorgos Karavis. Lane 4, Victor Hoffer, Javi Gonzalez. In lane 5, Damian Martinez Satores. In lane 6, Reggie Fossa. In lane 7, Luka Vunyak. In lane 8, and Vladimir Sechin in lane 9.
And although this is the first heat, Javi Gonzalez, the third Spanish man joining Benito and Akai, who are currently inside the top 10. Great representation from their country here this weekend in Dubai.
Touch and go in lane 7. That's Reggie Fossa. He's the first one to have a hand up. And then over in lane 3, Yorgos Karavis as well.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier in the week, Yorgos Karavis, known for his barbell cycling throughout Europe. He is onto the front squats right about the same side as Fossa. When this workout was announced, I had a chance to speak with Reggie Fossa, and he said, this looks like something that I would do for fun on any given day in the gym. So you know he's been looking forward to this one.
Fossa now has 1 rep remaining on his front squats. Yorgos Karavis has 2 reps remaining. Fossa now starting with his shoulder to overhead, got a no rep on his first attempt.
And Fossa actually missing on that first rep. He got to the shoulder overhead about 50 seconds, which we saw Karen Frey do. But like I said, going fast early here is only wise if you're confident that you can finish strong. Let's see if Fossa can bounce back from that first missed rep.
Yorgos Karavis on his shoulder to overheads, sitting in 2nd right now, Vladimir Sechin, and now Reggie Fossa working on his shoulder to overheads as well.
Right in front of you there in the orange shoes, Mikhail Wozalewski coming off his best event finish of the weekend so far. Behind him, staggers lanes here, Yorgos Karavis. He took a break on the shoulder overhead. There's nothing wrong with that.
Reggie Fossa, though, in lane 7, he's going to cross the finish line at time of 1:37 unofficially.
Yeah, so he did get a no rep, but he didn't cost him in the end. Still locks up the top 10. Yorgos Karavis, so the guys we were looking at to dominate in this heat, 1 and 2, Wozalewski, another good finish. And in lane 9, Vladimir Sechin, great finish for him.
Coming in now, lane 5, that is Javi Gonzalez.
And they did extend the time cap for the men to 4 minutes, but right now we've got half of the field in at about the 2-minute mark. Still battling out there in lane number 4 is Victor Hoffer. He's had a good day so far, and this is a guy, he's only 19 years old. He's got a great future in this sport. He's been working a lot on his strength, but this workout will expose even moderately strong men in the field. It is very challenging, especially late in the weekend and these last couple reps.
At a foot race in lane 6 and 8, Damian Martinez Satores comes in before Luka Vunyak. Got 2 guys left on the competition floor. Nikita Yundov will cross the finish line in lane 1. And now we have Victor Hoffer still out there working on his shoulder to overheads.
Yep, only a couple reps to go for him. He did get a no rep there, and we've seen this throughout the weekend. When you're the last one out there, you just want to compose yourself, find a way to finish it the best way that you can. He's taking off his belt here. I'm not sure if maybe something's not feeling right for him. We'll see what he chooses to do. I think he's signaling. Well,
Time cap is 4 minutes here. 4 minute time cap for our guys and girls.
1 minute remaining. Maybe you didn't know how much time was left in the time cap potentially.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty late change. I think that, again, as they've been doing throughout this competition, they really want to see everyone finish it. And Victor certainly had it in the tank there to get it done. So once he realized he had more time on the clock, he went back to work and finished out the event.
All right, but it was Reggie Fossa who comes in at a time unofficially at 1:37 to win the first heat. So that'll be the time to beat in heat number 2.
Yep, great workout there for both Reggie and Yorgos, and the two of them are continuing to move up the leaderboard today. We'll see if it's enough, if they can get into that final heat for the final workout.
If there is a guy who can beat that time in this heat, who do you think it is?
Well, realistic, there may be a couple, but like I said, Fabian Benito right there with Fasa in the tie break yesterday for the 1 Max Clean event, so I have to give the nod to him. Also keeping my eye on Moritz Fiebig. And even though you might not think he's the strongest athlete, there is a little bit of strategy in this workout. Brent Fikowski has not given too much away to the field. I still think he'll manage a way to have a top finish on this one.
All right, we'll be back with Barbell Curious in just a few minutes as we will get you set for heat number 2. Again, I'm Derek Forrest. He is Brian Friend. We'll be back here at the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships in just a few moments. Welcome back into the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships here inside the Coca-Cola Arena. Derek Forrest, Brian Friend, the final heat for the men in Event 7 taking on Barbell Curious, and we're going to see 10 cleans, 10 front squats, and 10 shoulder to overhead.
Yeah, 3 heats of this in the book, 1 final heat to go for the men, and not a lot of margin for error as we've seen. The times can be really tight, but there is an opportunity to screw it up early in the workout. You need to make sure that you're ready to go when you get to the shoulder to overhead. If you are forced to take some breaks that you don't want to, there's plenty of opportunity for not just one person, but several athletes to pass you by.
Should be a fast one. Your lane assignments for this heat. You have Yona Koski in lane 1, Fabian Benito in lane 2, lane 3, Alex Gatulis, lane 4, Brent Fikowski, lane 5, Moritz Fiebig, Anjal Akai in lane 6, Guillaume Briant in lane 7, Luka Jukic in lane 8, and Lazar Jukic in lane 9.
Yeah, a lot to fight here for. We do have, this is the 7th event of the weekend. We have 1 more event to come. All these guys started today in the top 10, and you know that they want to stay there. You want to be in the final heat for that final event. But we have fast times from Reggie Fassa and Yorgos Karavis on the board. Those were 2 guys in positions 12 and 13 prior to this, so you can't afford to have a mistake here. You need to be solid from start to finish.
Reggie Fassa with a time of 1:37 in heat number 1. That is your time to beat, and we see multiple, as expected, guys going touch and go on their first set of cleans.
Yeah, there's a lot of them choosing to do that. I think that fast singles is okay. I'd rather see 10 in a row on the shoulder to overhead. Some of these guys I think will be okay with this, but I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of the guys struggle with those last few reps, maybe because of that decision right there.
Got a couple hands up for several athletes. The first guys to get to their shoulder to overhead after these front squats.
Fabian Benito employing a tactic we saw from earlier with the women's heat. He's dropped 1 rep short, got 9 front squats in, and now he's going in. No, they're waving him off. He had to do 1 more front squat. There it is, and now we'll go into the shoulder to overhead. Wasted 2 reps there in a little bit of time. Despite having a good day so far, that's the 2nd time we've seen a mistake on the competition floor.
And because of that, Moritz Fiebig in lane 5 takes the lead, followed up by Brent Fikowski now, and joining him, Yona Koski in lane 1 as well.
And no panic from Brent Fikowski. Like we said, no matter what the workout is, he always knows exactly what he wants to do. There's not a problem with taking a break here. What the minute 30 mark here, and he's only got a few reps left. Moritz Fiebig also dropped once, but I think both those guys are in a good position for a top finish here.
1 rep remaining for Moritz Fiebig. He takes a break. It is Fabian Benito who comes in lane 2. He comes in 1:30. We got Brent Fikowski placing 3rd in the heat. Moritz Fiebig placing 4th in the heat as well.
Okay, Fabian, Koski, Fiebig, and Fikowski the top 4, and now we're seeing a bit of time go past here. Fassa and Karavis were long done at this point, so for everyone else on this position, especially the Jukic brothers, potentially in danger of missing out on the final heat. There comes Katulis, and Katulis was the one man out there. Guillaume Briant and Anjal Akai come in. Katulis was very slow in the beginning, but paid off for him then. Luka Jukic in, Lazar Jukic last man on the floor.
Didn't catch a time for Fabian Benito, but it was close. He was right around that 1:37 mark that we saw from Reggie Fassa in Heat 1.
And that's not the first time this weekend that we've seen the top time from Heat 1 be relevant, particularly in the men's side, and in some cases be very close to the top finisher from Heat 2. So we'll have to go to the stopwatches for that. But either way, a good finish for both of those men, and here comes Lazar finishing out event number 7.
You've seen this one go down. Just your thoughts on this heat, especially, and what we saw from these guys.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a great finish there for Fabian, but a little bit of inattention to detail. His judge was holding 1 finger up in the air, and he started doing shoulder overheads when he still had 1 front squat to go. He's having a great competition, but there's really simple things that he can clean up on to do even better. And then Brent Fikowski, like we said, he doesn't have to be the best at any one of these workouts. There's a lot of talent in this field, but he manages everything so well, and I hope that some of these younger athletes are learning from him as they watch his execution event after event.
We've got 1 more event remaining for both the men and the women. The women will be up first in a few minutes here in the Coca-Cola Arena, but we're going to step away for a few. Again, I am Derek Forrest. He is Brian Friend. Again, 1 final event, event 8, We will crown a champion afterwards, and there's still spots on the podium we're going to also be watching as well.
Yeah, definitely a lot to fight for with one event to go and a lot of guys and women in the mix, so it's going to be an exciting finish.
All right, that'll do it here at the Coca-Cola Arena for now. We will step away. We will be back for the finale here at the Dubai Fitness Championships. Welcome back into the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships. I am Derek Forrest alongside Brian Friend, and we are getting set for the final event of the day. That is Walking with the Devil. The women are going to go first, but before we talk about the event and what it is, things are starting to shake up on the leaderboard on both sides, both the men and the women, but it's been an impressive weekend so far.
Oh, yeah, and we see Karen Frey there, well clear of the field, 90-point lead heading into the finals. She's been dominant, especially here inside the Coca-Cola Arena through 7 events, 1 event to go. Somewhat of a victory lap for her here. With 2 women withdrawn, she's all but guaranteed to win this. Behind her, though, plenty to fight for. Jamie Simmons has not been great today, but she's retained the second-place position. Emily Rolfe has made a move from 5th up to 3rd. Oyana Moya holding steady in 4. Hannah Carlson, probably the surprise of the weekend for us on the women's side, also in the fight, and Matilda Garnes. You see a little bit of a drop-off there. So 2 through 6, a ton to fight for with 1 event to go.
Yeah, certainly 2 spots on the podium up for the grabs on the women. As you mentioned, Karen Frey probably going to run away with this one and win the championship here in Dubai. But Walking with the Devil, we want to talk about what this final event is. It is a 90-foot handstand walk, and it doesn't have to be unbroken. Wherever they end up coming down, they can re-kick back up and continue their walk. Followed by 20 ring muscle-ups, 30 devil's presses, and then they will finish with a 90-foot handstand lunge to the finish line with the same dumbbells they use for those dumbbell presses.
Yeah,
or devil's
gymnastics
presses.
at the front, weightlifting at the back. The handstand walk shouldn't be too much of an issue, just a little bit of fatigue for the shoulders going to the ring muscle-ups. Ring muscle-ups, 20 of them for the women. That will be a big breaking point, but no joke, 30 devil press and 90-foot double dumbbell overhead walking lunge to finish is definitely a challenge.
All right, so here's your lane assignments for the women in this heat. Maria Langford is going to be in lane 2, Aoife Burke in lane 3, Amy Kringle in 4, Andrea Solberg in 5, Claudia Gluck in 6, Ella Vunger in lane 7, Sayer Kaya in lane 8, and Valentina Magalotti in lane 9.
And again, a really cool design in terms of the layout here. They'll start at the finish line, handstand walk towards the ring, obviously do the ring muscle ups over there, and then they'll work their way back down the floor. For the devil's press, they'll have to do them, I believe it's 15 advance and then 5, 5, 5. So we'll see that race unfolding nicely on the floor, and then they'll traverse the same 90-foot distance, only this time with the double dumbbells overhead for the walking lunge. We've seen that movement in a final before, and we know that it has the capacity to produce a lot of drama.
You look at the women in this heat, who are you looking for to have a good showing?
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about the competition here in Dubai is even though you may be out of the running for the podium position, there's always prize money on the line if you can manage a top 3 finish. So all these women still have something to fight for, and of course they want to finish as high as they can. We've seen some impressive stuff this week out of some of these women on the floor. Dana Perrin, if she can manage the gymnastics, I would like her on the weightlifting at the back end of this one.
Should be an exciting one. This one is an 11-minute time cap for the women. And again, 90-foot handstand walk, 20 ring muscle-ups, 30 devil's presses, and then they will finish up with a 90-foot walking lunge to finish things up with those dumbbells. They begin with that 90-foot handstand walk. Again, it does not have to be unbroken.
Out in the lead there, Andrea Solberg. We know that she's got the great gymnastics capacity and 90-foot unbroken handstand walk, but she's about 25% of the field ahead of the rest of the women. She'll also probably do very well on the ring muscle-ups. We did see her compete at the Rogue Invitational about a month ago. She was dealing with a little bit of a breathing issue coming into that competition. It was mostly a matter of survival for her. That's what she told us in the lead up to this competition. So I know she's been excited to put some of the things she's been working for on display here in Dubai. And like I said earlier, we have seen some good stuff from her already, and she's got a little bit of a lead here in the final over the other women in Heat 1.
Andrea Solberg, your current leader, getting to the ring muscle-ups first, but she's taking a little break. Dana Perrin was the second one in lane 5 to the ring muscle-ups. She went on an extended set of reps there, so she may have taken the lead over Solberg right now, but those are your 2 leaders so far in the heat.
Yeah, and the 20 ring muscle-ups will be the same for the men and the women, but we'll see that play out a little bit differently. It's just one of those movements that's in general harder for majority of the ladies. With the time cap being what it is, shouldn't be an issue in the long run for most of them. But getting to those devil's press early will be an advantage. 30's devil's press is tough, but most of these women will be able to find a rhythm. It's the traditional 35-pound dumbbells that they'll have to be using, and something that they've all been practicing for sure in their training for the last several years.
All the women on their ring muscle-ups as we speak. Again, the 2 that we were watching were in lanes 5 and lane 6. Lane 6, that was Andrea Solberg, and in lane 5, that was Dana Perrin. Those were the 2 leaders getting to the ring muscle-ups.
And if you're not familiar with the history of the Dubai Fitness Championship, devil's press is something that's been in their DNA for nearly a decade now, showing up all the way back in 2012. And obviously we've seen it in some other competitions more recently, but back then it was a relatively new thing to see. With the 10th anniversary being this year, it's no surprise to see that as a critical component of the finale.
We've got a hand up in the air now in lane 5. That is Dana Perrin. She is currently leading. She is now back up on the rings for her final few reps.
Yeah, and we saw Dana Perrin do all right with the legless rope climb yesterday. Despite having that weightlifting background, she clearly also has some good capacity for some of the higher skill upper body pulling gymnastics movements. Over in lane number 8, Seher Kaya also making a little bit of a move. It looks like she's going to be second off of the rings. Now she has a couple reps to go. So Dana Perrin with a nice lead here getting to the devil's press, and we already see her getting into rhythm in 2 reps. If she can just maintain a nice pace here and breathe through these, it's going to be difficult for the rest of the women to catch her, at least on the devil's press portion of this workout.
Seher Kaya now in lane 8, second to get to the devil's press. We've got a hand up in the air in lane 4. That is Emily Rolfe.
Lane 4 is Aoife Burke, competing out of Ireland, and yeah, she will be the 3rd lady onto the devil's press. But Dana Perrin already well into these devil's press. Again, they're going to do a majority of them in the first part of the floor there, and then they'll start advancing forward. It should be a 15-5-5-5, and so we'll have a good feeling at about the halfway point of just where Dana is relative to the other ladies. Lane 3, Amy Kringle, the 4th woman on the devil's press. So we got 4 women on the devil's press, 4 women still chipping away on the ring muscle-ups, including Andrea Solberg, who is quick to get there, but somewhat surprisingly getting held up on the rings.
Yeah, Solberg, someone who's typically known for their gymnastics, but struggling here a little bit.
And we had Matt Fraser on the broadcast earlier, and he talked about when there's a forced transition in a workout, that it is a built-in opportunity for a rest. But this forced transition is not uniform. It's not like they're doing 10 and 10 and 10. You have half of them in the first part, and so you may see some women take some breaks there that aren't necessarily forced. However, Seher Kaya over in lane 9 hasn't really been doing that, and I think she's closed the gap a little bit on Dana Perrin. Perrin has in fact moved forward now, so she's into the back half of these workouts. Should be working on rep number 17 there. It looks like Amy Kringle is making up a lot of time on the devil's press. Her and Seher Kaya moving forward at the same time.
It's Amy Kringle in lane 3, Dana Perrin in lane 5, and we've got Seher Kaya in lane 8. Those seem to be the top 3 ladies so far in this heat.
And Andrea Solberg there in the back, first to the rings, last off the rings, but that means the entire heat of women is now working on the devil's press. We're about halfway through the time cap, 5.5 minutes gone, 5.5 minutes to go. Lurking at the end of these 30 devil's press is that 90-foot double dumbbell overhead walking lunge. And like we talked about, that walking lunge is a great storytelling element, but it's a challenge, especially with 2 dumbbells overhead. We'll see if any of them are able to do that in one go.
Talk about storytelling elements. We saw that at the games years ago. It was the battle between Cara Saunders, Cara Webb at the time, and Tia Claire Toomey, finishing up with a lunge there at the end, or the overhead lunge there at the end in one of the final events.
Yeah, those were with a pair of kettlebells, but same movement, and Toomey and Saunders in the closest race we've ever seen at the CrossFit Games back in 2017. But even before they finished, Katrin Davidsdottir, Sarah Sigmundsdottir, Annie Thorisdottir were leading that event, and we saw a 3-way race between the daughters. It was an epic finale, and we might be in store for something like that later on when the final heat takes the floor. In the meantime, Dana Perrin moving into the final set of 5, I believe. She's got a judge's hand up in the air. It seems like Seher Kaya is holding on to the 2nd position, and then Amy Kringle and Aoife Burke not too far behind her.
In lane 5, Dana Perrin moving ahead with her dumbbell. Same for Seher Kaya in lane 8. They are now going to begin the 90-foot walking lunge to the finish line. Dana Perrin begins working towards the finish line first.
Yeah, and we see her for the majority of those beginning steps just kind of stepping through and not pausing with her foot on the ground. From the beginning, Seher Kaya has been pausing with her foot there. Dana had to take a break already. Seher is not, so we'll see if the deliberate approach from Seher will allow her to pass Dana in the back half of this lunge.
Both women now drop the dumbbell. Dana Perrin with about a step in front of Saya Kaya. They are both neck and neck as we are just about 20 feet away from the finish line.
2 other women joining them on the lunge at this point. 3 other women now on the lunge. It is Amy Kringle, Valentina Megalati, and Aoife Burke, but
it's going to be Dana Perrin who gets across the finish line before Saya Kaya, unofficially a time of 7:59.
Yeah, right about 8 minutes for her. Saya Kaya maybe 7 or 8 seconds behind, so a couple of times on the board. 3 minutes still to go to the time cap. Most of the women are working on that lunge. We see Kringle putting it down there. She's in front of the other 2 athletes right now, but the dumbbell's on the ground. Magalati's overhead position in lane 2 looks very strong. Aoife Burke takes the break in lane 4, and Kringle chipping away at the last section of overhead walking lunges here.
Amy Kringle in lane 3 now drops her dumbbells. She stands about 15 feet away from crossing the finish line.
Couple of steps to go, but in lane number 7, Ella Vunga has looked really smooth on these. She's past Magalati. She's about to pass Aoife Burke. Kringle is going to be in, but great charge here at the last portion of the last workout for Ella Vunga in lane 7.
In lane 7, we've got Ella Vunga. She's going to come across. She will drop her dumbbells. She's in. In lane 2, we've got Valentina Magalati. And in lane 4,
Aoife Burke.
Valentina
Magalati struggling with just a few feet to go here, and this is what we saw from Tia Claire Toomey back in 2017. Even though you're that close to the finish line, this position is very demanding, and after all that work that already done, handstand walking, ring muscle-ups, 30 devil's press, their shoulders are definitely feeling it.
And that allowed Aoife Burke to get in before Magalati, and we've got 2 more women on the competition floor.
That's right, Maria Langford is over in lane number 9, chipping away, and Andrea Solberg trying to close her down and see if she can overtake her with about half of the remaining distance to go. As we've seen throughout the weekend here, the time caps have been pretty favorable for the athletes, giving them a chance to complete a majority of the work. 2 athletes to go, 1 minute left on the clock. Let's see if they can get the work done before the time cap hits. One section left to go, just about 20 feet. Andrea Solberg and Maria Langford step for step here. Solberg's overhead position looking very strong. Langford is fighting for it. And if she's able to stabilize this, Langford is going to get across. 25 seconds, see if Solberg can finish this out, and we can get all the ladies in heat 1 to finish.
Solberg's got 20 seconds remaining to get over before the time cap. But she's able to cross and do so as all ladies will get in under the time cap. But it's Dana Perrin who gets in at around 8 minutes unofficially. She is the winner of Heat 1, with Heat 2 coming up a little bit later.
Yeah, a couple of fast times there on the board. 8:01, 8:07, something like that. So those will be the times that the women will keep in mind when they take the floor for the second heat.
Now, of course, the men will be up next as they will take on Heat 1, and then we'll go to the top heat for the women and finish off with the top heat of the men to cap off the night. But after watching this one, what are your expectations for the rest of the workout for both the men and the women?
Yeah, nice time cap there. I love it when the athletes are all able to finish, and I'm happy that all of them were. But on the more aggressive side, seeing the top women in about 8 minutes means that we're going to see another pretty fast time by the winners of this workout. We talked about how the men in general will be better on the ring muscle-ups. Now, the dumbbell's a little heavier for them, and usually the women can make us some time there. So I'd still be expecting top times, maybe flirting with the 6.5 minute mark.
All right, well, we're going to step away for a few minutes as we will have Heat 1 as the men will take on Walking with the Devil. That's next on the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships.
All athletes behind the line. Judges, ready. Athletes, ready. Get set. Stand by.
Welcome back into the 2022 CrossFit Fitness Championships. The men are beginning heat 1 of walking with the devil, and they're going to start with a 90-foot handstand walk, and they will continue with 20 ring muscle ups, 30 devil's press, and then they'll finish up with a 90-foot walking lunge.
Yeah, and Victor Hoffer in lane 4 blitzing the handstand walk. We know he has that gymnastics background. We saw him struggle with the barbell in the last workout, so if he can establish a little bit of a lead here on the ring muscle-ups, getting to the devil's press, that might buy him some breathing room on the walking lunge at the end of this workout.
Yeah, Victor Hoffer, the first one to get to the rings, followed up by Vladimir Sechin in lane 2. All the men, though, working on their set of 20 ring muscle-ups.
Yeah, and if you have a keen eye, you'll notice that Lazar Jukic is working with a higher set of rings. The male athletes did have an opportunity to check in with the equipment crew and the programming team here, and if they needed the rings to be adjusted from the standard height up to, I believe, 98 inches, they were given that opportunity. Lazar was the only one in this heat who asked for that, and therefore he's able to get the full kip on his ring muscle-ups. I take that back. Also, Michael Wazalowski in lane 8 has the adjusted rings, but nevertheless, a great adjustment there by the equipment team to allow for that option so everyone can get through the full range of motion on the muscles.
Victor Hoffer is the first person with a hand in the air from his judge. He is in lane 4. He has 2 ring muscle-ups remaining. Now is done and off of the rings, and now he will begin his way back to the finish line, but he'll have to knock out 30 devil's presses before he can get to that walking lunge.
And again, on these devil press, the men will have to do 15 reps in the first station, and they'll advance the dumbbells for 3 sets of 5, continuously advancing from there before getting to the walking lunge. And as mentioned for Victor, every rep that he can get as an advantage here will be helpful for him once those lunges come around.
Yorgos Karavis in lane 6 will now join him at the dumbbell as he starts with his dumbbell devil press.
Yeah, and it's been a good day for Yorgos Karavis. He wasn't quite able to sneak into the top heap. He's moved up 4 places, and there's no reason to think he can't have another good finish here. He's very good with the gymnastics. He should move the dumbbells fairly well. A lot of experience for the young man from Greece.
You have Lazar Jukic in lane 5 working on his double press, as well as in lane 2. That's Damian Martinez-Torres.
Yeah, majority of the men chipping away on the devil's press. They're all still on that first 15 rep of work there before they have to move forward. We'll see if Victor Hoffer is able to maintain that lead and by how much, as some of these other men are going to try to chase him down. All 8 men working away on the devil's press, and what we're looking for here is just that consistent rhythm. You're not going to, win this workout by going super fast on the devil's press. What you want to avoid is being forced to take big breaks.
Who are your men to watch for in this final event?
Well, in this heat, it is kind of fun because we know we have the great gymnast in Hoffer, and he still has the lead. But as we saw with the women, there's no guarantee that you can do that walking lunge in 1 set or even 2 sets. And if he's able to struggle with it, don't count Yorgos Karavis out. He's a pretty strong athlete, as we've seen throughout the weekend. A lot of experience, like I said. So if he's able to get close to Hoffer, Karavis could take this heat.
The men continue with their 30 devil's press. They advance 4 different times after the first set of 15, and then for the final sets of 3 reps of 5, they advance down the floor before they can continue with their 90-foot walking lunge to the finish line.
And as Victor's moving forward, only have 10 reps remaining, Yorgos moving to join him. It was actually Vladimir Sechin out in lane number 2. Not a very well-known name. Talking to him before this event, he said that he loves to hurt. It's going to take a little bit of pain when Devil's Press is the movement, so opportunity for him to flex that skill set of his in this last event of the weekend. There he is right in the foreground, moving up. He's maybe moved a little bit further than necessary, but he's the third man on that set of Devil's Press. Lazar Jukic right in between Hoffer and Yorgos Karavis, fourth in the heat at the moment. And there we see Karavis and Hoffer moving up at the same time. They have 5 reps to go, and Karavis has already closed the gap. Like I said, if he gets to the lunges at the same time as Hoffer, my money is going to be on Yorgos Karavis. The only thing that Victor really has going for him is we saw on the handstand walk that incredible overhead stability. Andreas Solberg, who was fastest on the women's heat, had a really solid overhead position and was able to reel in some distance. So this race between Hoffer and Karavis could be interesting if they get there about the same time.
Both gentlemen have hands up in the air from their judges. It looks like there's one more rep remaining for Yorgos Karavis. It was. He's now advanced his dumbbell. He'll get set for that 90-foot walking lunge.
And it's a 1-rep lead for Karavis, but more importantly, about 10 seconds. And he's taking his time here. I actually don't mind this at all. He's pulled the knee sleeves up, knowing that the lunges are coming. If you can compose yourself, he's going to throw the belt on too. If you can compose yourself and get a big chunk of this, if not go for it unbroken, that you'll likely beat Hoffer on this part of the move.
Victor Hoffer, though, in lane 4, will be the first man to begin his 90-foot walking lunge. He will be followed up by Yorgos Karavis, who's now on the move as well.
And there we saw Victor does indeed have a very strong overhead position, but he didn't take too much time to pick it up. Karavis' overhead position not as strong, but he took his time. He has a strong core. If he's able to maintain this position and get a big chunk, it's going to be hard for Hoffer to catch him if he continues to take those breaks.
Over in lane 2, Damian Martinez Torres now joining those men in the walking lunge. These two, though, Victor Hoffer and Yorgos Karavis, going back and forth. Essentially, whoever takes the break loses the lead.
Yeah, just passing that 6.5-minute mark, so going to be a little bit slower than we maybe thought is the top time, at least in this heat. And now we have Lazar Jukic entering the equation, Vladimir Sashin, 4 guys basically neck and neck.
Currently have Yorgos Karavis with the lead, but he's just passed up in lane 4 by Victor Hoffer. Again, these two going back and forth, but here comes Lazar Jukic in lane 5, but more importantly, Vladimir Sashin in lane 2. But it looks like it may be Victor Hoffer. He's got one more lunge remaining. Oh, but he stumbles. He's not going to get across. That allows Yorgos Karavis to get over the line. Maybe the judge counted Victor Hoffer's rep. Not sure. It looks like he might have finished up before Yorgos Karavis. And then Lazar Jukic will finish up in lane 5. He'll take 3rd in the heat. Vladimir Sashin in lane 2 is going to come in 4th. And we have a finish over in lane 9, Nikita Yundov as well.
And a little bit of a preview of what we could potentially see later on. Like we said, when the walking lunge is the last movement, drama is plentiful.
That was iffy there, whether or not he crossed, but the judge said it was okay. We're going to see a finish here in lane 3. Damian Martinez Torres is going to come across, but he may just get beat out in lane 8. That is Mikhail Wazalewski in lane 8 that came across just before Damian
majority of the
Martinez.
athletes across the floor here as we approach the 8.5-minute mark. Luka Ivuniak, last man out there working on his set of dumbbell overhead walking lunge. We've seen some good performances from Ivuniak throughout this weekend. He's been working hard on all the things that he learned at semifinals last year, and I'm sure he'll walk away from this weekend with a lot of other lessons learned and things to address as he gets back into his training for the 2023 season.
Yeah, Luka Jukic taking one final break here before he gets back to his dumbbells. Just about 10 feet remaining. Excuse me, Luka Ivuniak there. He gets across the finish line as well, the final man in this heat to wrap up. But yeah, an exciting race there towards the end, and questionable, but it's what you expect with this movement there to finish up.
I mean, for those who have been around for a long time, that's very similar to what happened to Tia Claire Toomey. Obviously, it's not the caliber of a judge that would be at the CrossFit Games that has a ton of experience necessarily. Probably should have sent him back. Either way, it was a good workout for Victor Hoffer and Yorgos Karavis. We're closing out. Pretty tough 2 days of competition here.
All right, well, we're going to step away for a few minutes as we will bring out the top heat for the women in just a few minutes as they will take on Walking with the Devil. We'll be back here at the Dubai Fitness Championship. Welcome back into the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships. I'm Derek Forrest, Brian Friend, getting set for the final heat for the women as they take on Walking with the Devil. And we've got a tight race, though, for second and third.
Yeah, second through six, separated by 40 points. 4 women, 5 women still in the mix here for podium positions. Karen Frey way out in front with a 90-point advantage. But looking through that roster of athletes in that tight race, it's going to be a battle. And as we just saw with the heat 1 for the men, it's one of those events where anything can happen. You got to stay composed all the way through the finish line.
Yeah, we've certainly seen that already in the last heat. Talking about anything can happen, that 90-foot walking lunge seems to be an issue. But especially when you get to the finish line, it's about walking through the finish line and getting through with those dumbbells still overhead.
Yeah, and for anyone who is maybe concerned about that last finish and whether Victor Hoffer had actually completed that rep or not, we did get word from the head judges. They did no-rep him, gave him a little bit of a time penalty. Yorgos Karavis had the time to beat, and they're going to be sure that it's a nice, clean finish here for the final heats for men and women.
So here's the workout. You've got a 90-foot handstand walk. Doesn't have to be unbroken. 20 ring muscle-ups, 30 devil's presses, 35 pounds on the dumbbell, and then they will return back to the finish line with a 90-foot walking lunge with those dumbbells. The ladies on the floor in lane 1 is Freya Moosberger, lane 2, Manon Agonise, lane 3, Hannah Carlson, and lane 4, Emily Rolfe, lane 5 is Karen Frey, lane 6, Jamie Simmons, Oyana Moya in lane 7, Matilda Garns in lane 8, Claudia Gluck in lane 9, Lena Richter in lane 10. We're going to be watching the ladies basically in the middle of the floor, lanes 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8, Hannah Carlson, Emily Rolfe, Jamie Simmons, Oyana Moya, and Matilda Garns all battling for that second and third position on the podium.
Yeah, and an awesome workout to finish. Like we said earlier, there's 2 gymnastics elements at the beginning and 2 weightlifting elements at the end. Those women that we talked about all have a different variety of skill sets, but ultimately we see that overhead walking lunge is probably going to be the deciding factor. And those women that set themselves up best to achieve that in the most efficient way are most likely going to walk away happy after this one.
All right, we're getting set for the final heat of Walking with the Devil. Here, the top heat for the women set to begin.
Athletes, ready. Divide, are you ready? Athletes, get set. Stand by. Go.
And they are off for their 90-foot handstand walk. A little bit of anticipation there for the start, but the ladies are off and going now.
Yeah, all the drama. And as we do kick things off, regardless of what happens in this heat here, just want to acknowledge the performance Karen Frey's put on. 3 event wins, nothing outside the top 10 up to this point. A very solid performance, and she's earned the lead that she has going into the final.
Getting to the rig first for the ring muscle-ups. That is in lane 8, Matilda Garns, and in lane 9, Claudia Gluck. Everybody else getting to the rings, but it is Matilda Garns getting to the ring muscle-ups first to take the early lead.
Yeah, Garns and Gluck both pretty good in the upper body, pulling on gymnastics movements in general. And as we saw earlier with Victor Hoffer, if you have those skills, it can pay off to get an early lead, build a little bit of a buffer on the devil's press as some of the maybe more powerful athletes manage the gymnastics and try to chase them down.
Matilda Garns still on the rings, finally coming down after a pretty big set there as she started her ring muscle-ups.
Yeah, and Claudia Gluck will be one of those women looking to take advantage of the muscle-up situation here. But I'm watching Emily Rolfe over in lane 4. You know, she's coming back off of that withdrawal from the games this season. She's had top 10 finishes at Dubai before, but never been on the podium. She's in that third place position right now. But Oyana Moya, Hannah Carlson, Matilda Garns are going to be charging and seeing if they can steal that away from her.
Got a hand up. That is in lane 9. That is Claudia Gluck. We also have a hand up in lane 6. That is Jamie Simmons. And as well in lane 8, Matilda Garns as well.
Yeah, and Jamie Simmons hasn't had necessarily many standout performances, but she came into day in second, and she's retained that position after every event. This is the type of workout that she has a balanced skill set, and while we see Garns and Gluck maybe take advantage on the gymnastics, Carlson and Rolfe try to take advantage on the dumbbells. Jamie Simmons might be steady across the board, and that could end up being to her benefit if she wants to stay in that second place spot.
Matilda Garns, the first one off the rings, working on her double presses alongside Claudia Gluck in lane 9. We also have in lane 2, that is Manon Agonise. She's now working on her double presses as well. And then in lane 6, Jamie Simmons.
Yeah, Magnon back out there with the women for this one, and she's had a pretty steady competition, putting herself in a competitive spot. She's just outside that group that we're talking about, but not a bad weekend at all for Magnon. As we talked about in the previous heats, they'll have to do 15 of these 30 devil presses in one location before advancing, and then continuing to advance every 5. So at the halfway point of these 30 reps is where we'll start to have an idea of who's where relative to their other competitors.
Yeah, waiting for the first lady to advance off of the devil presses. We see a hand up now in lane number 8. That is Matilda Garn. She was the first one to get to the dumbbells for these devil presses. She was then followed up by Claudia Cluck in lane 9.
And we talked about that 2017 Fibonacci finale workout on the women's side when the other heats were going on. In that same year, Matt Fraser had a secure lead and just needed a minimum work requirement to finish, and he took it easy getting to the lunge and finished from there. We see Karen Frey with a very methodical approach here, knowing that all she has to do is finish this one to win the overall competition here. So nice and steady will do the job for Karen. Like I said earlier, she's earned the right to kind of cruise in on here.
Yeah, that is Karen Frey in the middle of your screen in lane 5. We've got athletes advancing with the dumbbell again over in lane 8. Matilda Garns continues to stay in the lead. And again, she was followed by Claudia Gluck in lane 9, but it will be Matilda Garns advancing first before everybody else on the floor.
Now looks to have a 4 or 5 rep lead maybe over Gluck, Simmons, and Magnon Angonis. While Emily Rolfe is still stuck back there with Karen Frey, and like we said, she's in the 3rd place now, but she's going to have a solid finish to prevent one of these other women from overtaking her.
Manon Agonis with a hand up in the air from her judge. Looks like she's going to advance to the same level that Matilda Garns is in lane 8.
And not necessarily a moment of panic for Emily Rolfe here. She is a veteran, and she'll know that overhead walking lunge can be make or break. Even though she sees some of those women pulling her ahead, she should stay composed, manage the heart rate, and set herself up for the lunge. It doesn't mean that she's out of it just because she's a handful of reps behind.
Garns is in her final set of devil presses. She's got one more rep remaining before she will come down the floor with the 90-foot lunges.
Yeah, Matilda Garns has not had a bad day, but she's been having a tough time making up any ground. She came in 6th, and she's still in 6th, and while that gap's narrowing, an event win here is what she needs if she wants to push towards the podium contention.
Garns, the first one to get to the walking lunge. She's going to take a little bit of a break, shake out her arms before she picks up the dumbbells. Here she comes.
And over in lane 2 is Magnon Angonis, seems to be maybe in the 2nd or 3rd position right here. And even though she's outside of that equation, those points could matter. If you are Matilda Garns, you're hoping that someone like Magnon beats all of those women, improving your chances to climb as far as possible. Watching her get started here, and we see those shoulders pinned back and pretty good position. She's going to be chipping away at about half of this distance before anyone else starts. And like we said, an event win will go a long way towards her podium chances.
Yeah, Matilda Garns was sitting in 6th place, but only 20 points out of a podium position. Currently has the lead, so she's going to need some help in between her to do so. But she's definitely doing what she needs to do.
Yeah, a bit of a veteran move there, just looking back and seeing how much space she has and time to deal with. She knows that she doesn't need to get the fastest time necessarily that she can do, just needs to finish in 1st place. Behind her is what we were hoping would happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women all within a few steps of each other. And after Garns wins this heat, we're going to take a look and see who else is going to be able to finish these lunges strong.
We've got Matilda Garns one more lunge away. She will win the heat. And that's what she needed to do. Now we've got in lane 5, that is Karen Frey. She is going side by side with Emily Rolfe in lane 4. Emily Rolfe now taking the lead over Karen Frey. Rolfe looking to come in 2nd place. She's going to drop the dumbbell though, and that may allow a window for Karen Frey to pass.
Yeah, neither Rolfe nor Frey was too fast early in this workout, but have been able to manage the totality of it a little bit better. Looks like it's going to be close between Frey and Rolfe, 2nd and 3rd. That should be enough for Rolfe to stay in a podium position. Obviously, Karen Frey, another great performance.
You've got lane 2, that's Manon Agonis, just a couple of feet away from the finish line. In lane 9, Claudia Gluck as well. Manon Agonis gets across now. She is in. Claudia Gluck is now going to get in lane 9 as well. And over in lane 1, that is Freya Moosberger. She is going to come in. She's got one more lunge to go. several athletes left on the floor. Lane 7, Oyana Moya.
And a little bit of a Christmas present early here for Matilda Garns from Magnon, Freya, and Claudia Guck, stealing points from Jamie Simmons, who came in second, and Oyana Moya, who came in fourth. This thing is really going to get tight for the last podium spot.
Yeah, Moya was sitting in 4th place. She finishes towards the back end of this heat, and we've got Jamie Simmons. She's going to come in. You see her in lane 6. One more lunge to go. She's going to get across as well. It's going to be a lot of adjusting to see who gets on the podium for this one.
Yeah, definitely not a bad time at all for Jamie, but the other women this heat were better than her. Like I said, she's been clinging to that number 2 spot. I'm not sure she's going to retain it after what we just saw from Matilda Garns and the rest of those women.
The best thing you could have seen, though, Matilda Garns doing what she needed to do. She wins the heat. And that allowed for everything else to happen. She doesn't do that.
Sure, of
She
course.
doesn't set herself up in a great position.
Yeah, and we often do see where someone does what they need to do, but then relies on the rest of the field, and it usually doesn't go your way. I mean, that's a lot of things that has to go right. So for Matilda here, a great workout for her, but also a lot of things falling in place. The points are going to be tight. I think Matilda's got a chance. In the meantime, we see her over here on the floor cheering on Lena Richter, one of the women that she trains with up at Oslo for a majority of the season.
Yeah, 2 more ladies left on the competition floor. Lena Richter in lane 10, and we've got Hannah Carlson in lane 3. She's still working on her devil presses.
Yeah, and as Richter sets the dumbbells down, Carlson is just advancing her dumbbells, I believe, to the last set of 5 devil's press. So definitely struggling with this workout here, but as we've been talking about all weekend, what an amazing weekend for Hannah. She's had an event win in the Ride or Die workout. She's had a couple great performances, and she's been lurking in the top 5 against these big name games athletes all the way up to this point.
Got an 11-minute time cap on this workout. Lena Richter working on her walking lunges to the finish line. And again, over on lane 3, Hannah Carlson working on devil's presses.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go to the time cap here. Lena will get as many steps in as she can. And Hannah Carlson just starting on her overhead walking lunges in lane 3. And you have to love it, as we're accustomed to seeing at CrossFit events, the crowd getting on their feet, clapping their hands, bringing these last women in the last 10 seconds here for the final event. Final workout 2022 in Dubai.
And that is your time, but it's Matilda Garns who wins the heat. We'll see what her win and the other placements will do for the women, because Karin Frey, she's got the win here in Dubai, but second and third completely unknown at this point, as there was about 20-30 points separating second place from 6th place.
Yeah, and I think a couple of the times from the first heat may also factor in, so we'll leave it to the scoring team to sort it out, and we'll bring you the results as soon as we have them.
All right, well, we will have one more heat to go. The men will take on this walking with the devil. We will see the top heat for the men. The women, they're going to have to settle out the scoring and figure out who finishes on top of the podium, but we'll have that announcement a little bit later. We'll have the men. How excited are you to see the top heat go for the men and for us to see what happens on the podium? Because on the men's side, it's even tighter than it was on the women's side.
Yeah, there's a lot to play for in this lat heat, 1 through 10, and a lot to fight for. We mentioned, obviously, prize money for each top 3 position, but big money for the top of the podium. And as we'll talk about in a minute, we're coming in with a tie.
All right, well, we will step away for a few minutes, but it will be the men's top heat taking on Walking with the Devil right here in the Coca-Cola Arena. Stay tuned for the finale of the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to bring out our final heat of the evening? Your guys' event number 8, lane number 1. We have Javier Gonzalez. In lane 2, Luka Jukic. In lane 3, Aniol Ikai. Out of lane 4, Moritz Phoebe. Five, Fabian Benito Ceres. Six, Brent Fikowski.
Welcome back into the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships, getting set for the final heat of the competition, the top heat for the men, getting set to take on Walking with the Devil. And if it's anything like what we've seen already, it should be an exciting one.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the setup, you can't ask for much more than this. It's a climactic finish, and as we mentioned at the conclusion of the women's, we have a dead tie at the top of the leaderboard coming into this with everything on the line.
Yeah, Fabian Benito and Brent Fikowski sitting atop the leaderboard at 550 points, but we've even got a race for third place as well. And just like the women, anything can happen, but anyone can take the win as well in this one.
Yeah, all the way down to 6th. Alex Gutoulis, 35 points out of a podium spot. I'd say to draw the line there in terms of who still has a chance, but he's going to need a Matilda Garnes-like scenario where not only does he win this thing, but he needs other men to come in between him and all of his competitors that are in his way at the moment.
Here is event number 8, Walking with the Devil. It's a 90-foot handstand walk, doesn't have to be unbroken. 20 ring muscle ups, 30 dumbbell devil's presses, and then they will finish up with a 90-foot walking lunge to the finish line in this final heat. In lane 1, Javi Gonzalez. In lane 2 is Luka Jukic. Lane 3, Aniol Ikai. Lane 4, Moritz Fiebig. Fabio Benito in lane 5. Brent Fikowski in 6, Yona Koski in 7, Alex Gutoulis in 8, Guillaume Briant in 9, and Reggie Fossa in lane 10.
Yeah, and well done for Reggie Fossa battling into this final heat. But, man, we got a stacked one here, a lot on the line. Brent Fikowski has been leading throughout this competition, but Fabian Benito has caught him with one event to go.
And the men are off in the final event of the weekend, Walking with the Devil. They will begin with a 90-foot handstand walk. And in lane 8, it is Alex Gutoulis, who's currently flying on his hands.
Yeah, he knows what he's going to have to do if he wants to get to that podium, so he's going to go for it a little bit early on here. But as we know, this workout's going to come down to the walking lunge. So wherever your strengths are as far as handstand walking, ring muscle-ups, and devil's press, just stay composed there. Execute your plan. The man who's able to lunge well will be rewarded in this one.
First guys to the rings, Alex Katulis in lane 8, Moritz Fiebig in lane 4, and next to Katulis, Jonakowski was the third male to get on the rings.
Yeah, once again, they've adjusted the rings for the men who need it, so everyone's got an opportunity for a full clip. Here you see Brett Fikowski doing just that in the middle of the floor. And even though it's a middle time range workout for him, he'll have a calculated approach. He knows the reps. He'll probably know how many breaths he wants to take and where he wants to be going into these devil press.
How aware are all of these athletes, especially the guys sitting 1 through 6, we'll say, in terms of how the other's doing and how they pace off of each other?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a different story for Fabian and Brent. I don't think either one of them is going to struggle enough to fall out of one of those top spots necessarily, and they know that if they beat the other man, they're going to walk away the Dubai Fitness champion. Fabian Benito's had the day of his life. First place, second place, and that's just gotten him into the tie with Fikowski. But there's not really an athlete I'd want to be going against head-to-head less than Brent. He is the master of pacing, the master of strategy, and he'll lean on all of that experience as this workout weighs on against Fabian Benito, who's not been in this position too often before.
3 men have now come off of the rings. It was Alex Katulis in lane 8, Moritz Fiebig in lane 4, and Fabian Benito in lane 5, the first 3 men off the rings.
Yeah, and Fabian Benito with a little bit of an edge on Brent Fikowski, but when the dust settles, it was only 1 rep on the devil's press, and I don't think that's enough breathing room to feel comfortable by any means with that man lurking in the background. The flow for the devil's press will be 15 reps in station 1, and then they'll start advancing and do 5s to finish it out. So half the reps to be done here in one location, and you got to decide, am I going to go through all of those without taking any breaks, or am I going to maybe take a break knowing that that lunge is still waiting for me?
Moritz Fiebig, one of those guys with an outstanding weekend, but he's done well so far in off-season events this year. Moritz Fiebig.
Yeah, Moritz Fiebig, phenomenal. He came into today in second, slipped down a little bit in the morning or the earlier event, but he's right back there in third place. I spoke to him this morning at breakfast. He was very happy with day 1, but he was very conscientious that they were at the halfway point. With only 1 event to go, he's still looking strong. He's shown a well-balanced arsenal. We know he's been working hard in Mallorca, and I think he can do very well on this workout. The problem is Jonakowski's right behind him, and just like we talk about Brent Fikowski's experience, Jonakowski's been here before, and he'll go for it on the lunges if he needs to try to steal that last podium position away from Moritz.
Moritz just a couple of reps away from advancing out of this first round of 15 devil's presses, and then they will move on to 3 sets of 5. Moritz is the first one to advance his dumbbells.
And Alex Katulis joining him there, and here come your leaders, Fabian Benito and Brent Fikowski, Jonakowski as well. So extremely tight amongst all the men here as we're getting to the back half of the devil press. See Brent Fikowski stepping back in those burpees and stepping back out of it. You don't have to jump in and out, and Fikowski will be managing the leg fatigue there and not doing anything unnecessary. I guarantee you he has a plan on those walking lunges. I remember being at the West Coast Regional in 2018 when a long chipper ended with some dumbbell lunges, and he knows how to manage that movement.
Moritz Fiebig, the first person to advance in the second set of 5. He was then followed by Alex Katulis in lane 8, and then of course Brent Fikowski and Fabian Benito followed them as well.
Yeah, and Javi Gonzalez out there in lane 2, that's the type of guy that someone like Alex Katulis is going to want to do well here. Like I said, if Katulis can manage the win, he needs other things to go right for him still. Moritz Fiebig being in the lead is not one of those things.
Moritz Fiebig now in the final set of 5 devil presses, the first man to do so, then followed up by Alex Katulis in lane 8, who's just advanced as well.
Jonakowski stepping up to join those two, and Koski knows what he needs to do, which is reel in Moritz Fiebig. Although he is a couple reps behind him, if he's feeling good enough to attack the lunges, that's still within the realm of possibility.
We've got roughly 5 men on the final set of Devil's Presses, but it's Moritz Fiebig who finishes up, and he will get set for those walking lunges. Hands on his knees, though, going to take a little rest before he picks them back up.
I feel my heart rate elevating. It's like a 5-6 minute build towards the climactic finish here with the overhead walking lunge. And we've seen drama throughout the heats up to this point. Moritz Fiebig has the lead, but with this movement, no lead is safe.
Fiebig has now begun his 90-foot handstand, or his 90-foot walking lunge, followed up in lane 7 and lane 8, Jonakowski and Alex Gatulis side by side as well, but Moritz probably about a 5-foot lead on the two of them.
Incredible overhead position thus far for Moritz Fiebig. He doesn't have too much of a lead. Yeah, he's going to take a break here. I think that's a smart decision for him personally. Gatulis and Koski doing the same thing. Fikowski dropping behind them, allowing Fabian Benito to catch up. You see that Fabian's left arm is starting to fade, so all of the men about able to make it halfway in one go. If anyone's able to continue this and finish in 2 sets, it's likely going to be enough to get the job done.
Jonakowski was the first one to pick the dumbbells back up. He's side by side with Moritz Fiebig in lane 4, but it might be Fiebig one more step away. He's going to get across. He's going to win the heat. Jonakowski now 2 steps away from crossing the finish line. He will get across in lane 7. We now have Fabian Benito in lane 5 and Brent Fikowski in lane 6, side by side. Benito puts the dumbbells down, but so does Fikowski, just 2 steps ahead.
And Brent Fikowski is well aware of Fabian Benito right behind him. He's got to lock it in here. This is a pivotal moment for him. If he can stay tight, he's going to get across. 1 step to go.
He's got to go back with the no rep, and that allows Benito to get across. Benito's going to get across. Fikowski with a no rep with half a step to go.
Oh my goodness, and we've had it happen again. The same thing that from 2017, the last rep is the deciding step there, and you see Fikowski on the floor absolutely devastating, knowing he was 1 step away from the win. Benito Celis looking at the crowd, the Spanish fans in the stand are telling him he's won.
Fabian Benito's going to take the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships. Fikowski, he's got a smile on his face, gives Benito a hug there.
And you have to love this.
You can tell he was devastated.
Of course, and like I said, there's a lot of young athletes in this field, and Fikowski has so much experience. You can learn from him on and off the floor. He competed with everything he had this weekend. Like we said, Fabian Benito with an incredible day. Fikowski took a minute to gather himself, but he turned around and congratulated Benito on the performance. That's an incredible display of sportsmanship.
What an unbelievable finish. Fabian Benito started the day in 7th place and is able to come back and take the win here in Dubai.
My goodness, man, and I don't want to overshadow what Moritz Fiebig just did. Koski took 2nd there. That was the guy he had to beat for it. Moritz got the job done. Fabian got Brent by 1 step, and the 2 young guns were able to edge out the experienced veterans.
We will have official results here in about 5 minutes, but Fabian Benito beating Brent Fikowski, a no rep with half a step to go. Unbelievable.
Yeah, really, really impressive. We talked about Fabian Benito earlier in the weekend at Lowlands Throwdown last May. He had a bad start to the weekend. He fought his way back to the last chance qualifier. He had a poor event finish at the Burj Khalifa Challenge, taking 16th out of 20 men. And he's fought his way all the way back to be the Dubai Fitness Champion this year. Absolutely incredible resiliency. One of the more impressive days of competition I've seen in a while.
I think he's still in shock after he crossed the finish line. He kind of threw his hands up in the air like, what happened?
Yeah, well, that's a testament to his focus. I mean, he was really focused on just finishing that workout. We know how critical those walking lunges are. Several breaks were taken, and you can look at Brent Fikowski there on your left and panic and try to go too early. Brent saw him coming, and I wouldn't say Brent panicked. He did what he had to do to try to win. I mean, if he finishes that step, he wins it. If he takes 2 breaths and waits to pick it up, Fabian's going to catch him. So nothing wrong by Brent there, and an incredible finish for the young Spaniard.
I mean, when you look at the weekend as a whole, I mean, all the events were super exciting, starting from day one, having to climb 160 floors in the Burj Khalifa Challenge. So it should have happened this way, that it comes down to literally half a step to take the championship here in Dubai.
Yeah, and we talked about at the end of men's heat 1 that Victor Hoffer had something very similar happen, and the head judge awarded him a no rep after the fact. They told us that they would be more aggressive in terms of sending someone back if that were to happen again. And lo and behold, it did. The head judge did exactly what a head judge should do there. Send him back, make him finish the workout. It was definitely a no rep in the right call. So commending the judges for making sure they got it right there on the floor for the final.
All right, we were going to be waiting the final results. We're going to step away for a quick second as we will learn the final results for both the men and the women after both of them just finished up with Walking with the Devil. We'll be back right here on the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships. Welcome back into the 2022 Dubai CrossFit Championships. They are announcing the winners on the floor right now, and it is Fabian Benito will take the championship here at the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships. Let's go down to the floor and hear the call.
Gracias. I would like to ask all the judges and the staff to be lined up here in this line, please. Thank you. All the judges and the staff in this line, please. Calling out all the athletes to the floor, please. Calling out all the athletes to the floor, please. Female athletes and male athletes to the floor, please. One more time, calling all the athletes to the floor. All the athletes to the floor. Male and female athletes to the floor, please. To this side. To this side, please. Opposite correct. This side here, thank you. And calling all the judges and the staff to be lined this side here. Thank you so much. Dubai, one more round of applause. All the athletes in Dubai Fitness Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me the Director of Dubai Fitness Championship, Mr. Saud Shamsi. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start awarding, we would like to thank all the judges who have been with us this weekend. Also, we would like to send our thanks to the Hard Work Pays Off HWPO team who have been with us throughout the whole weekend. And also, we would like to thank the support and the endless support from Dubai Sports Council with us this year in 2022. All the staff and the equipment team who have been amazing and brought you this great setup here in Coca-Cola Arena. In the end, we would like to thank all the spectators, all the fans who have been here and showed their great support for all the athletes. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, beginning now with the event winners, starting with the male athletes. Event number 1, winner from the male athletes, Alex Katolas. Event 2, Fabio and Reggie Pasa. Fabi Benito and Reggie Pasa in event number 2. Event number 3 winner, Luka Jukic. Event number 4 winner, Lazar Jukic. Event number 5 winner, Fabi Benito. Event number 6 winner, one more time, Fabi Benito. Event number 7 winner, Reggie Pasa. And event number 8 and the final workout winner, Moritz Payback.
Congratulations to all of our event winners on the male side. We're gonna bring out our ladies, starting with event number 1 winner, Jamie Simmons. For event number 2, Karen Frey. And I'll ask her to stay right here. She also won event number 3, Karen Frey. Event number 4 winner, Hannah Carlson. Event number 5 winner, Claudia Gluck. Event number 6 winner, Matilda Garnis. We're going to bring out event number 7 winner once again, Karen Frey. And for the final event win of the weekend, event number 8, Matilda Garnis. Next, we're going to bring out places 20 through 4 before we get to that podium. On the side, Maria Langfer, come on down. Valentina Magalotti, Amy Kringle, Sayer Kaya, Ella Vunger, Aoife Burke, Andrea Solberg, Lena Richter, Dana Perron, Freya Moosberger, Hannah Carlson, Claudia Gluck, Manon Anganis, Oyana Moya, and Jamie Simmons.
Calling out now, the male athlete, Simon Mentala, Con Porter, Nikita Yondo, Damian Martinez, Vladimir Sechin, Mikhail Wizlowski, Luka Vuniak, Victor Hoffer, Lazar Juket, Reggie Fasa, Georges Caraves, Javier Gonzalez, Brian Galam, Luka Jukic, Anil Ikai, Alex Gatolis, and Yona Koski. السادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أود أن أقدم التحية للشيخ محمد بن مكتوم من جمعة آل مكتوم، فليتفضل مشكورا لتكريم الفائزين الثلاثة الأوائل من فئة البنات وفئة الشباب. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome Sheikh Muhammad bin Maktoum bin Jum'a Al Maktoum to award the top 3 winners from the male and the female athletes.
We will start with our females, starting 3rd place through 1st with 585 points. Emily Rolfe. In 2nd place with 585 points with the tiebreak, Matilda Garnis. And in 1st place by a landslide win with 705 points, Karen Frey.
Congratulations, ladies. I would like to ask you to be on this side, please. Announcing now and calling the top 3 male winners of Dubai Fitness Championship 2022. And in your 3rd place, Brent Bukowski. In 2nd place with 625 points, Moritz
your Dubai Fitness Championship champion. Also with 625 points, but with an advancement of advanced wins. Make some noise for Bobby Benito.
Please, to the podium for the group photo.
Also, I would like to ask all the athletes to head to this side, please, to the ring for a group photo. Athletes, don't be shy, please, to the ring.
And there were your podium finishers here at the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships. On the women's side of things, Karen Frey takes the podium, Matilda Garns in second, Emily Rolfe in third. Let's start with the women's competition and your thoughts on what you saw, Brian.
Yeah, there were, 4 women that I was looking at coming into this weekend. They ended in the top 4 spots, but not necessarily in the order that we thought. Karen Frey with a dominating performance. I've been looking at her since 2019 in Dubai as a woman who could threaten for top 10 finishes, maybe higher at the CrossFit Games. She didn't do that this year, but she sure put on a show this weekend. It was awesome to see her throughout the weekend. 3 wins, top 10 in every event, and well-earned championship for Karen Frey.
Yeah, and we had tight finishes that you couldn't predict. On the women's side, there was a tie for second and third, but Matilda Garns takes second because of higher finishes throughout the weekend. And then we saw the same thing on the men's side of things. It ended up Fabian Benito and Moritz Fiebig tied with 625 points, but Fabian Benito with higher finishes throughout the weekend as well. And then Brent Fikowski rounded out the podium as he finished in third.
Yeah, Moritz Fiebig, we saw him have an event win in a finale when he needed it at the Lowlands Throwdown to earn his rookie appearance at the CrossFit Games. Won that final event. We were really looking for him to just beat Jona Koski, but with the way things settled, he almost had enough to take this thing down. But at the end of the day, you got to tip your hat to Fabian Benito. Like we said on the broadcast, 16th place after event 1, climbed all the way back into a tie going into the final, and edged out Brent Fikowski for enough points to take home the championship, the 2022 here in Dubai. Incredible performance for him. We saw the emotion on the floor early and the celebration on the floor as he took the top of the podium.
Yeah, it was an exciting weekend here in Dubai at the Coca-Cola Arena, but that is going to do it for Brian Friend. I am Derek Forrest. Again, you were watching the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championships. But again, congratulations to Karen Frey and congratulations to Fabian Benito for taking the top podium spots for both the men and the women. For everybody watching at home, thank you for tuning in. But that will do it for the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championship.